Oh, mic check, mic check. It's been a long time since we even fired up this channel. But we have to do this for posterity. God damn it, we are here. It's real. It's in effect. They are attempting to ban the snowman. So your boy Bracy has officially launched a copyright strike against my other channel. It's a good thing I still got this one in the cut. This channel is clean. No damages on this channel for a long time. So, and I was like the first strike I ever got on that other channel. So we'll see how that plays out. Yeah, no super chats here. They don't love me here. We're doing this one strictly for the love. I'm actually gonna drop the link in a minute. I'm waiting for some more people to come in here, but I'm gonna give y'all the full game. Here's the tea. This is the gossip, y'all, because you know people like drama and shit. And I have apparently created drama. So I was doing my own live stream earlier today, did some commentary, made some points, some observations, connected some dots, played some videos, commented on those videos, as usual. And then I joined the Bracy channel. After he had already been live for a while, he was doing his shit for a while. I had been doing mine for a while. Then I joined his channel, right? And so all of the live streaming that I was doing on his channel, I was airing on my channel at the same time. How was I doing that? Because it's kind of a bitch to separate the audio when you're on your laptop. I was doing it from my phone. So on my laptop, I had my main channel on my live stream open. I started playing his live stream the minute I joined his channel, right? Putting it all out there, all above board, because, it was all recorded, but now it's gone, so nobody can really look at it and judge for themselves anymore. But that is what happened. And after being on his panel for a while, one of his lady friends, she came up there all hot in the pants about me, which happens from time to time. Every now and then there's a lady who wants to really, really just rub one out on me. And I don't understand it all the time, but I'm always willing to help a lady rub one out. So there I was helping his lady friend rub one out. And at some point, I don't know why, and it actually, the funny part, she came in there like really, really crazy. And he never let me respond to this woman. Every time I start talking, he mute me, he dropped me. And this is why I have my own channel running in the background. No, I didn't get struck. Sharon struck the channel. All right. Lightning didn't just strike me randomly like as I was tiptoeing through the tulips, right? So anyway, as I was listening to his woman try to rub one out on me, he never let me get a word in. He never let me respond. Anytime I said anything, he muted me. He kept dropping me from the panel. And he never drops the woman when she interrupts and does the same thing. So I can never defend myself when his girlfriends are talking crazy about me. So what do? My live stream is still running. I go on my live stream and I can talk to my audience directly as we're watching it all play out, as I'm giving live running commentary. Because every time I'm not talking on a panel, I'm on my own live stream giving a little bit of commentary, a little bit of color to the whole show. Because them niggas is basically gay without me. And so I'm giving the whole thing some commentary and all that. And that whole show is going on relatively well up until, and a mysterious thing happened. This is a very mysterious thing. Normally, when a person gets dropped on a panel, the person who drops you, they announce your name, your value, like how much time they bought. So if you get dropped for $10, it was 10 minutes or something like that. I was dropped mysteriously. No announcement. Definitely wasn't a super chat. When I asked him in the back, I'm like, Sharon, how long did I get dropped for? First off, he told me it was a Cash App, which he still never announced it. But anyway, I asked him in the back, how long, bro? He never answered me, which made it feel weirdly personal at that point. So now I'm on my own channel giving commentary still. I'm like, bro, no, do you ever plan on letting me back up? Never, he never mentioned me again, but his girlfriend, now they're all talking about me on the panel freely because I'm no longer there to say anything, which is unkind at least, right? Very unkind. And like I said, it all feels weirdly personal, and I don't know how personal it is, but I have noticed not only just today, but other days when Sharon has his women friend up there, and for some reason the women have questions that they just have to ask me. He becomes impatient and a little bit upset. And I don't get why. I can only speculate as to why, but we're not going to do that. But he does become noticeably bothered. Perturbed, I think is a good word. I don't get to use a word like perturbed all that often. He becomes visibly perturbed at, I guess you can call it attention. I guess his girlfriends, his lady friends, his little beehive, his bayhive is giving too much attention, whatever you want to call it. And so now he has to intervene. Instead of me talking to another grown up, as a grown up, he always intervenes. And he tells me I'm not talking to his girls the right way. I'm not saying the right kind of words that he want me to say to his girls, right? And then goes on about this manly shit and all that. Which, I think, I'm going to point something out. I could be wrong. But I think he's mad that I roasted him about doing his bussy stretches in front of everybody. Because I told you, every time you call niggas gay on a panel, I'm going to remind everybody that you chose to get in front of the world, well, to get in front of a panel full of dudes, right? You chose to cam up and full focus doing bussy stretches, bro. And I'm not gonna let you get away with calling people gay for whatever reason when you are a bussy stretch aficionado. Like you learned all the secret moves, nigga learned all the bussy stretching, 1,000-year-old Chinese techniques and shit. Nigga learned bussy stretching from an ancient master, bro. And then got the nerve to talk about niggas masculinity and shit. And I don't think he appreciates me reminding everybody that he stretches his bussy in front of men. I don't know why he chose to do that. I don't know why he thought that would buy him cool points. I don't know why you thought that would go unforgotten. Like why would we forget that? That shit was low-key traumatizing, bro. It really was. Like, I've never been assaulted in such a manner in my life. And he really thought that was going to be forgotten. And look, no matter how many strikes I get, I will never, ever, ever let people forget that you chose to stretch your bussy knowing that dudes were on the panel talking about dude shit. And he is the paragon of Mr. Masculinity. Because he's 119 pounds and he can stretch his bussy like a pregnant woman giving birth. He is the man. He is the paragon of masculinity now. It's never over. It's never over. David, you know what's funny? I thought we were just doing regular content creator bullshit. You can say your little jokies, and it's not going to be taken personal. I thought I was going to say my little jokies, and it's not going to be taken personal. Apparently, it's personal. Apparently, niggas got fifis. Nigga stretched his pussy one time and he thought we was gonna forget. We're never gonna fucking forget, bro. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what happens with the strike. Doesn't matter who wins or loses because I am fighting it. I was doing my actual content in the middle of it, so there is a gray area there. But either way, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Can't bend snowman. Now I realize that it's not all content creation, right? Silly me. Here I was thinking we were just dudes being dudes. Now I realize dudes being bitches will never work.
Fuck you. War.
Whoa. Dudes being bitches, bro. What else can you call it? What else can you call it? And then here's the thing, and this is what really makes it like hypocritical, right? If you didn't want me to ever do it before, you could remove that little button in your chat to let people stream your shit, right? If it was really an issue, you could just deny that access, right? And then two, why tell me that I can do it? Why invite me to press the blue button if you're only gonna drop me and mute me and abuse me on your own shit anyway? When I can just run it off my channel, anytime you drop me and start doing your little vaginal power push, I can just give my commentary. I can say all the words that make you afraid. Doesn't have to get said on your little channel. None of your little hoes can be mad. Oh, he strike people all the time? Is that what you do? I had no idea. I had no idea. And you know what's so funny? The Black Manosphere thing, right? Niggas love to talk shit about the Black Manosphere, but remember, these niggas have no bro code, bro. No honor, no fair play, no decency, no rules for the men. They just have girl feelings, bro. They think and behave as women. And then when they can't get along with other men, they're fucking clueless as to why. I don't understand why you men don't respect me. I don't understand why you men don't act right. It's cause I smell bitch, nigga. Why the fuck you think I'm acting like that? Is this the behavior that respected men get? No. Your whole shit smell like a bitch's house, bro. Do you really not understand that? When you smell bitch, you treat like bitch. Then you wonder why niggas don't do what you want them to do. First of all, if you have a tone that you want to strike on your channel, it is you who have to set the tone on your channel. So if you want people to behave on your channel in a particular way, you have to lead that movement. You have to behave in that way. And if people are not behaving in a way that you want on your channel, then you don't allow it on your channel. But you can't pick and choose and say, oh, the women get to do this, and you niggas got to be chill and just let the women go ham on my channel, and then be mad when the niggas don't play along with your bitch ass rules, bro. And what does following your bitch ass rules get me anyway? Would you not strike me if I follow your bitch ass rules? If I didn't remind everybody that you stretch your pussy out every chance you get, would you not strike me? Would you play fair? What is the point of your little bitch ass rules though? Like who wins if they follow your rules? Tell me that. Tell me that. The link is in the chat, by the way. And give me 2 minutes because I gotta run into the store and hit this ATM real quick. I gotta run a quick errand before it gets too late. But the link is in the chat. I'm not gonna rant completely by myself, but I'm gonna leave you guys for just a minute while I go run to this ATM. Gotta go get some cash. Okay. Sorry about that. Should have really waited 10 more minutes to go live stream, but I had to get out here and move. And I was actually pushing this whole thing off. I had to run out and take care of something anyway. So now is a good time to go out here and do this last little business. I got to get up and go to work in the morning. I might as well run some errands while we got day off. Oh, shout out to Mr. O. What's going on, bro? But wait, let me run down some predictions for y'all. Because this is how it works now. Now that I've totally accepted that I'm dealing with some type of hoe shit, and we have to go deal with the white man and the white man court and all that shit, I expect to be doxxed next. Because this is what happens when you get a copyright strike. You can just let it ride and nothing happens and all that. And it would have been up in a week anyway, because I only had this is my first strike on my channel, so they only get a 7-day strike for anything. Your first offense of anything. So I could have let it ride, but on principle, I'm like, you know what? I think I do have an argument to make here. So let's make the argument. And so now I have to submit all of my details and everything to fight this properly and all that, in case the white man want to track me down at my residence and whatnot. So when you move like that, they allow the other party access to the information if it goes to a certain point. Because how do you fight in court without certain information, right? Because now it all becomes a legal battle. It's copyright stuff, it's federal law. So now the question becomes, when will the great doxing occur? Because it's only a matter of time. It's not like people believe in rules and fair play and honesty and decency and love for your fellow man. All of that gay shit the pro black niggas talk about, they don't believe in none of that shit.
Conservative, you
Savage
gotta
life
have
out here.
honor. You gotta have honor.
Anyway, Mr. O, you there?
I'm there. I'm here. You can't hear me? Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Mr. O, mic check. If you talking, I cannot hear you. Is it a me thing?
Yeah, can you hear me now? Hold on.
Okay, he just dropped down. I'm like, if he talking, I really cannot hear him. But let me try this again.
Yo,
Mr.
can you hear
O,
me now?
mic check.
Can you hear me now?
I can see a circle moving. I know you're talking, so it's on my end. Let me switch out my audio. Maybe I got to do something on my end here. Let me try something.
The chat can hear me. You can't hear me.
Oh, you know what? Hold on. I'm going to reset. You got it for a minute. Oh, I'll be right back.
Yeah, see. And shout out to Hood. Yo, this is... I think this Sharon Bracy fellow is really an agent. I just can't put my finger on it. Yo, what up, David? What up, Muddy? What up, D-Rock Dan? You know what I'm saying? What up, Dolomite? What's up, Miss Cantrell? That was some straight agent shit right there. And it's some agent shit when every time you do a panel talking about a group of people that you don't want to talk about, the red pill, manosphere. But ironically, that's all that you make your content and topics about. Yet, when you try to deviate and go into other aspects of so-called matters of politics and everything, Hood, can you hear me now?
Mr. O, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Fuck, I still cannot hear you. Why can I? Say something again. All right, there it is.
Can you hear me?
Okay, no, it wasn't you. It wasn't you. It was me. I'm stupid. I was messing up on my end.
But now, Hood, have you learned your lesson from actually partaking in conversations with men with ambiguous feminine names like Sharon and have echo chambers like a beehive, like a Beyonce concert? Have you learned your lesson yet, Hood Conservative, sir?
I mean, I suppose you can say that. I mean, in a way, I feel like I was doing as much as a courtesy because now I'm just gonna roast you from a distance and you can never defend yourself. It's not like you're gonna come over here and explain yourself, which it's not like you really made a habit of showing up anyway. So
But see, Hood, have you noticed that when you make a poignant statement that actually based into reality, these jagoffs and the jackass off that stream, they want to go ahead and deviate to the arts. They want to bring up movies. They want to bring up so-called shoulda, coulda, wouldas. What about ism is basically their so-called standing point. And even when you knock that bullshit off the pedestal and off the scale, they want to go ahead and resort to name calling. They want to go ahead and talk about your so-called background, even though they don't know what the fuck they talking about. And then when they can't ridicule you no more, they can't shame, blame, and explain, they kick you off their panel.
that's all it is, and that's why I said I'm gonna do it on my own channel so I can have some control. Because what's the point of me being up there and you pretending like we cool and all that, and then you just gonna like hold my hands behind my back and tie my mouth shut and let some bitch just run over on me like that. You just gonna let people talk crazy about me, and I'm not supposed to say nothing. I gotta sit there the whole time and just act like this is chill. And then somehow I'm the bad guy if I don't play along with your little gay rules. Like, nah, bro, that's not how that shit works. You can't treat niggas the way you want to treat them and then expect them to follow along some type of rule, bro. No, respect is a mutual thing.
Well, Sharon just proved to you that he's the skinny gay version of FD Signifier. If it is anyone else, that's him.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? Uncut. Let me say something to you directly, man to man, bro. And you and I, we talk now. We don't have no issues between us as far as I know. But I remember you and I had a moment long time ago, and I don't think we ever spoke about this. Like we definitely didn't speak about it. It just played out this way. You kept it a buck. You kept it solid on your end, and I kept it solid on my end. I never like pushed it to no doxing shit. I never tried to put it out there and make it like extra. I kept the shit on some YouTube shit. And I never really said to you directly, I really appreciate how you conducted yourself in that whole situation, bro. And so, man to man, I just want to throw that out there and say that to you right now. I really actually looking back, I've been thinking about that for years. Like, the nigga really could have did some whole shit, and as far as I know, it never went nowhere. And a lot of niggas not like that. And so I do want to take that moment to thank you for being, solid on your end in that way, because niggas be doing all kind of sucker shit. And sometimes you just gotta like let it play out and see what happens at the end of it. But when a nigga don't do some sucker shit when you expect them to, it's worth noting.
Hood, every time you let either man speak his disingenuous garbage bullshit overtaking yours, and then the strag, the first thing that made me pissed off when she said she's somebody's daughter, like that whole part. After it went from there, I was like, you know what? I don't even know why you even want to partake and have a conversation with them at this point. They gonna move the goalposts. They was basically in their fifis that you was even up there in the first place. Like your presence basically had that shit going to a mental breakdown, which I love. And I was smoking on that on Good Moon where I got she was breaking down. I thank you, sir. I thought I was the only one to drive these bitches crazy, but
let me respond to one other thing too. And I remember this was years ago, so memory might be fuzzy right now, but I remember when you played that on your show. And I purposely had that error because what I pulled up was the actual it was a copyright issue. So there was some US patent office shit. And so I showed the screen from the patent office, but I blocked out details. I showed dates that the date that you were talking about was not accurate. But name, address, number, none of that shit. Like, I'm not trying to dox a nigga. I'm not trying to put nobody out there personally, but I wanted to show the date on that shit. And I remember because listen, if I'd have doxed you right then and there, you'd have called me out for doxing you directly. But I did put the date of the shit on there because we were having a dispute about particularities and shit. But either way, I want to just give you like acknowledgement of that whole situation because niggas be doing some sucker shit, bro.
That was just crazy, though. That was just crazy. And you know he no one paid to drop you off that panel the first time. He just did that be a petty bitch.
I don't think nobody paid, bro. I swear to God, because like typically when you get a cash app, like he read out all his super chats, bro. And not only that, after I got dropped off the panel,
Oh, that's Chicago. I'm
well,
sorry about the hood.
no, he said it was definitely enough information. If that was, if I overstepped in that way, I really didn't know. I really didn't see it that way. If I didn't look at it that way. If I put too much even then out there, then I apologize on that when I really do. And I'm about to go over this bridge. You might lose me in a second, but like niggas be doing all kind of shit, bro. Niggas be doing all kind of sucking shit. And then like I don't think he actually got a super chat from me because they read all this shit out loud. And he just dropped me without even acknowledging the shit. No time limit, nobody, no nothing.
Damn, I guess Hood went under that bridge. But yeah, Hood, we heard you. You know what I'm saying? Nobody paid for it. He just want to be a petty little Debbie Downer because the chicks was supposedly cooking. He wanted the chicks to go ahead and try to cook you, and when you won't be able to defend yourself on some real hoe shit.
And that
Even
was
Jeff,
kind of my big point when I mean, Jeff, oh God, Jeff is just boomer. I don't even dislike or got any grudge against Jeff or nothing like that. It ain't even personal at all. Jeff's just boomer. What are you gonna do with boomer, bro?
nothing. You can't. But Boomer's gonna boom.
This is why I asked him, like, what do you even get for being nice about this whole shit? Like, you come up here every time you open your mouth, you start out with an apology. Every time you talking about anything, you start out with the heavy glaze and all that. What does the heavy glaze buy you, Jeff? That shit ain't stop you. Hell, they dropped Jeff before they dropped me. And they paid to drop Jeff. Bracy dropped me because the nigga be feeling some type way. The nigga be in his feels way too heavy.
Well, you know, he's the de facto daddy over there. He feels like he got the women and all the other so-called male feminists over there on his panel and his chat because, you know what I'm saying, he has an echo chamber. He don't want nobody to go ahead and deviate from the so-called traditional, basically bend over, grab your ankles type of sector. You know, that has became the so-called new black sector of YouTube. It's a tragedy, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? That he talks all this pro-blackity black stuff, but ain't he married to a white woman?
A Latina, probably. Not a lot of Brooklyn niggas married to white girls.
Okay. Well, she might classify herself as a white Latina, so I still be right. I'm right when I'm right, even when I'm wrong. So you know.
I mean, that is real. It's a weird thing with the Latinos as a tribe. A good half of them are basically Caucasian.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We know that's the ones you know that basically put white down on the application, but they be like but mixed with Hispanic. Yeah, I know the types. I know what you're saying.
Yeah,
Nick Fuentes is one of them types.
yeah, white Mexican. Which I mean, there is a little bit of truth in that because you know colonization, conquistadors, and shit. Like the white folk were the ruling class and all that. So it wouldn't be a shock that there's white Latinos. That's just how it works out over time.
But that's not deviate from the original point. Sharon's a bitch. He's forever gonna be a bitch. The wake up calls, a weak ass feminist, male feminist channel, a pink pill nature, and I just can't unsee it. You know what I'm saying? Him and Nidish are basically on the same coin to me.
I don't even want to talk about Nidish. Notice I don't even mention Nidish. Nidish be talking about me all the time, bro. I don't know why, but I ain't even gonna get that fat nigga no life over here. But the thing is too, like, if you don't want niggas to play and react to and all that on your video, why do you allow it in the first place? Because it wouldn't be the first time I've actually, you know, that little blue button that you get when you in studio, like you use that shit when you in my studio. Now, you can disable these features, I'm pretty sure. And that being said, Why invite me to do this shit if you're gonna strike me for it anyway? And why invite me to do it when you got me in the background, refusing to bring me up? Like the shit is hypocritical.
He's an agent. He's an agent provocateur, hood conservative. You know what I'm saying? That's what they do.
Did he have an issue with you restreaming anything else before now?
Never, 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 never,
So,
bro. And this
so
is not the
what's
first time I've
what?
been up
Yeah, but
there.
what's the difference between now and then?
Because the
He
hoes got
mad
mad.
now. Because the hoes told him to do it. That's why. Hoes got in his ear. Now he's feeling some type of way. And then you know how he is. He got to defend his women against me for some reason. Like I'm the big scary guy.
Kind
I
of
ain't
it's
never made none of them girls cry, bro. Shut
it,
up.
it
He's
it's
Papa
weird,
Smurf.
man. Like
He's
when he
Papa
was
Smurf.
during his portion or whatever, when he's like being all boisterous or whatever, he ain't never did that before. So I'm like, it felt very performative. So I'm like, why are you pounding your chest down?
And notice, he didn't immediately go to his audience and say, "Yeah, I just copyright struck. I just gave him a copyright strike." He kept that shit quiet. Try to move on like if nothing was happening.
No, but I'm like, here's the thing though. You don't announce threats or anything that you're gonna do live on stream. Cause like, I mean, you could present it like the freaking the timestamp basically with a transcript of them saying what they were gonna do. And like this is the kind of stuff that they can lose their channel if you really
Yep.
wanted to go get down with it.
Yo, you streaming on YouTube. You are basically open territory on YouTube. No matter if you basically being you for somebody agree with you or disagree with you, nigga. This is YouTube. Hell, motherfuckers use shit from other different platforms and put on YouTube. Yeah, you might get a copyright claim, but copyright strike, bro. Come on, man.
Yeah, but he actually said, "Why aren't you using the technology that I have on my channels to restream to your audience?" So that's
Because
basically admission of permission.
Like, if you want me to stream it, then why you mad? I don't get it. Because listen, I've done this a bunch of times. I don't do it every single time I'm up there, but I've restreamed it. And so if you're okay with me reviewing the content, and not only that, but it is not that I'm just re-airing it on my channel. I'm roasting them niggas while I'm not talking to them niggas on the panel. So I'm on
Yeah.
his panel giving commentary, and then when I'm muted or when I'm not talking, I'm on my own channel roasting these niggas. Because you had the one nigga with the therapy hoodie on. You got retarded ass. Like y'all niggas is funny as fuck, bro. I got jokes on everybody.
Hey, look. It's clearly we have seen this in the space, outside of the space. Like if you've been on YouTube for like just even as a watcher for longer than like 3 years, some big content creators got into this. Like that aren't even manosphere. Like and we know the whole fair use thing because we've seen the process a whole lot. It is quote unquote transformative for what you are doing.
Mhm.
Well, when I had to fill out my defense, that's basically what I explained. It's not just me rebroadcasting, it's me doing live commentary for one. Two, what I actually did as an entire product didn't even start with him. I have so much other stuff in there. So if the final product itself is what you're judging, then it's not him just having his content re-aired. And even then, his content was being even though me being on his channel isn't necessarily a defense, me actually giving live commentary on my channel is what counts as reformative or what you transformative
Yeah,
content or whatever, right?
transformative. Yeah.
And
That
so
that
like
because
listen,
that's the exact language they use. Transformative.
Bro.
like right. So if you want to fight it out, we can fight it out. I'm not stupid. I know how to read the white man's laws and shit. I've been through court plenty of times. I know how these things go. So let's have it out if that's how you really feel about it. If you're so petty that you want to go this way, let's go. I'm petty too, you know.
Again,
Yeah, but even
what
even
do you
even to
expect from a
that,
nigga named Sharon?
even to that regard, right? I was doing something in the background, and then I remember like listening to like Jeff, and then like Jeff wasn't like in the background no more, and I'm like, what's going on? And I like looked, and he wasn't there, and I was like, oh, what the? And then I just like I remember you said something about like him getting popped, and they were like, I can't believe he would talk like that and all this, and I was just like, I just be the bad guy the whole time. Don't try to
What do I
vacillate between one or the other.
What do I keep saying, bro? Like, you don't get nothing in return for being the nice guy, bro. You come in there with this, I love black women. I always choose black women. My mama, a black woman. All of that shit. It don't buy you nothing, bro.
Nothing.
Hey, it is hilarious, man, to see you up there, the whole time. No issues, right? You up there, and you were the point of contention like the whole time, and then all of a
You know,
sudden, all of the other energy has to go away.
I realized something. That's a great point, Dolomite. He says he pulled the I'm the captain now on his own channel because of
Yep.
his lack of control, because real masculinity comes around that shrinks his authority. That's
Yep.
why I said earlier, bro, I smell bitch. That's why I don't respond the way you want me to respond.
Well,
And
I don't know.
then and
The whole
not
thing.
only that, not only that, let me say this one other thing. I think what happens is the women get a polar opposite examples of two types of men. And whether you like me or not, whether you think I'm wrong or not, you can't deny there's something magnetic about the shit because these bitches love to get up there and argue with me. I don't go to these girls' channel. I don't be in their houses trying to argue with them. So they come to argue with me. And whether or not he likes it or whether or not he really gets it, I'm presenting a polar opposite, and he just cannot allow that to live. He don't want me to have oxygen up there.
Hey, what really burned a few people, man, is when you pointed out, be like, wait, like, she said her homegirl be like watching you on other panels. He'd be like, oh, y'all be
Yeah.
following me? Y'all be following me? I was like, I never heard of y'all before.
Bro, come on, bro. Like, who is you? That's so cute that you think I'm mad at you. I don't even know you.
Yeah, it came in hot, man. Came in hot, no understanding, no asking this or whatever. And then the math dude was like, instigating. And I was like, yo, this is pretty wild, man.
And this what happens when you have an echo chamber. She said that she was you have not been on chaotic truth panels in how long, and she's talking about you always on somebody panels and everything.
Bro,
Like,
I don't even be trying to get up there most of the time, bro. It's been a minute since I even tried to get up there.
Yeah, but even if that's the case, right? Who cares? What does it matter? Oh, if this
because
person, no, if this person is a content creator, right? You gonna get mad at Grant Cardone for going on other podcasts?
Right.
I
I
mean,
have
seriously, like
stalkers,
this is
bro.
this is a, this is a simple strategy, right? Cross pollination.
That's all it really
because
boils down to.
because True Hype conservative has a stance that a lot of these so-called let me a lot, all these B-dubs are against. He's about the patriarchy. He's about trying to restore the order. He wants to go ahead and have the same power that y'all get a white man. We just want to have our day too, and they don't want a nigga to be in the same light as a quote unquote white man or have his some kind quote unquote power. It is that's basically saying that they cannot produce themselves and have the so-called power that the Becky have when she push out the white man between her legs.
you know my favorite part was Hood. I was at the gym earlier, right? And I'm like listening to y'all. I'm laughing or whatever. People are looking at me on the other treadmill and all that stuff, doing my cardio. And I'm just like, the one cat to put himself in the middle. And then you pointed out the fact that, what I'm saying, he ain't got to be there. Even PhD Diva was agreeing with you.
Mm-hmm.
That was hilarious, man. That absolutely hilarious. He's like, well, I can't be on Hood's side because, like I don't know, like I guess because too many people don't like you or something like that he's in the space of. Maybe that's what it was. But I'm like, yo, if it's right, it's right. It doesn't matter who says it.
You know what's crazy about that, bro? Most of these niggas, man, I don't even be wanting them to be on my team, bro. Because you just gonna do it wrong. I swear to God, I don't even want your help, bro. Even if we agree, just let me be the bad guy, bro. I will take all the hits for both of us, bro. Because these niggas be making the bad point. And they be making me have to defend bad arguments and taking the conversation in directions I would never go.
Hey, it's odd, man. Like they want us to like focus on the disagreements between us. You know what I'm saying? Like, so there's a couple points where I could be like, oh, Hood, I disagree with you. But to the larger point of what the actual conversation of, there's no reason for me to take us off task. So just because I'm like up here doesn't mean I'm full in agreement with everything. But it's just like yo, if I agree on the point he's making now, why not bolster that? Why do you want me to disagree, and why do you want me to fight? Why do you want us to fight? Where's dirty folks at, man?
Bro. Because that's what makes good content. They want to see the manosphere and a red pill fail without us having these arguments or appearing to be weak in front of them. They have no content. They have no argument. They have no you notice how they keep on talking about what has the red pill or even the manosphere done to go ahead and change things. How about this? You should have told this bitch that on the damn panel. We changed the course of the election.
Well, look at this, man. Like, so it could fail tomorrow, right? It's still done something. It doesn't matter, like, going forward, right? It could fail tomorrow. I don't care. But like I used to point out, right? You know, I did some mentorship and I did some program stuff, whatever, but not that after school midnight basketball garbage, right? Like I was like I saw like a need. I saw certain things happening, right? And I'm like, yo, these people are actually like, this is the point where people are crying out, you know, like where you can actually like make a difference now. But, you know, it's only going to manifest differently later on when you ignore them for so long, right? Mm-hmm. So I'm like, is what they're saying true? Hell, like one of the people I listen to the most is a leftist. And you know what I'm saying? Like, and he makes some good, valid points. His prescriptions are off.
But you know, who do you listen to though? I couldn't hear you. Who you listen to?
One of them, Jimmy Dore.
Oh, okay, yeah, he's not so bad. I listen to him sometimes too.
Yeah, like I mean, like ever since he's been off the Young Turks or whatever, I listen to that dude all the time, man, because he actually makes some valid points, and he actually deals in the real world. Some of his prescriptions are way off, but you know what? I can still respect him because he's making valid points.
Well, that's kind of my issue with the left wing. They make a lot of criticisms that aren't totally off base, but even when they make good criticisms, the prescriptions are always crazy.
You know, but like whatever happened to the skeptical people of both sides that could at least agree upon that? Like, these folks are acting like reality ain't reality, right? Like, old girl, you know, bless her heart, right? She gonna go to another country, you know what I'm saying, potentially. Look, I'm not even trying to be funny with her, right? She could potentially go to another country. All right, so keep that same energy if a dude does that. You know what I'm
saying? Notice how when old girl came in, right? She immediately was going at me. God, I don't even really remember everything she was saying about me. But when she came at me, notice she was criticizing me about not having a woman or whatever, but you proud to be single. Why can't be proud to be single?
No, it didn't make any sense because it's like, yo, like that, this makes no sense. So like it's bad for him, but it's good for you. That's crazy. And then like earlier in the conversation, right? Like back to the point where I was at the gym and old boy in the middle with PhD Diva and all that. And it's just like, yo, this is your prescription for society? Like what? Not even tribes, but like clans. Really? That's gonna fare us better. And then when you made the point, I thought it was brilliant, by the way, that this is more primitive than, you know, what built the current society. You're gonna have to go backwards to achieve this. It's I don't know, it's crazy.
That's what they want. That's what women like her want. She doesn't really get it, I guess, that she's arguing for her primitive plans to succeed in a modern American system. Like, no, we want to win by the Western rules. And you know what immediately the immediate answer she had, because that was PhD Diva talking that stupidity. She said, "Oh, well, you ain't never outsmart the white man. How you bitches gonna outsmart the white man? And then no matter what, your plan is still for men to outsmart the white man. So why are you talking anyway?"
At first, the way it was presented, though, it didn't seem like it was a man thing. And then when you know, you kind of cornered her or whatever, then she's like, no, we're all going to work together. I'm like, wouldn't it be better and easier to achieve that through the family first? Wouldn't that be like more simplistic?
Yep. You know,
so we got to boil the ocean. We got to boil the ocean now.
All the PhDs and degrees they got over there, they are fucking unimpressive. But I tell you, they make college look bad.
Bro, no, my thing was speaking of the so-called most educated. On one hand, they want to go ahead and talk about all the trouble they gonna be doing to all these other countries for so-called men they think that want them, but they and want another brother they want to go ahead and ridicule and talk about the passport bros.
Well, look at the odds, though. Look at the odds of success. Because I remember Hood did a stream on this, right? I can't remember if it was like that long ago. It might have been when you was doing the shows with Bernard, the old girl that was doing the Google Translate. It was like what, 90 Day Fiance or something like that. One of those deals. And she went to the DR or whatever and like basically emasculated dude because she made some money. And then when the point came up, it just completely got like dismissed, right? Jeff brought it up. It got brought up another time. But it's like when the money goes away, what else? How else are you going to qualify this man? And like nobody wants to have the conversation about like, you know what I'm saying? Like the actual like, intangible things. Hood is actually willing to have that conversation, but like he'll turn it into a joke when they're not trying to have an honest conversation.
Because they're not coming from an honest place. Let's be real true. Like these chicks is only want to hear they self-talk. These are the same women that will vote away your so-called taxes through the welfare state in one breath, then have the nerve to go ahead and look for a rich man in the next of what's there because that's all they love. That's what they strive for. The hypergamy nature is real. Well, I pass.
Yeah, but there's no way to maintain that. Eventually, the money runs out, right? All your good intentions mean nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Petty. I want to be petty and point something out about Miss. I'm gonna travel the world and find me a man. After all those achievements in life, I think the clock is almost out. I mean, you spent your life doing all these other things, and that was one of the points I think where I started to offend everybody on the panel because she was coming at me crazy, but I'm like, I can tell you're lonely. You are the female loneliness epidemic. This is why you're so hot. This is what no dick does to a bitch.
Hey, but even before then, man, I think you just threw something out like almost like a boxer throwing a quick jab, and it was just like hey, whatever, and then like it got super personal after that. I'm like, why is it getting so personal? Isn't this a general conversation? Aren't most of these conversations general? Why are they trying to pry? And I'm just like, I mean, like the fact that she explained herself and then later on said that like she told too much information. I'm like, oh man, like
Right.
I
She
like
knew.
I was like, damn man, like he must have really hit on something, man, like
And
unbeknownst to himself.
well, it wasn't unbeknownst, but if you notice, they wouldn't let me get any footing. That's why he kept muting me. That's why he kept dropping me. Because I could see right through you. You're lonely and you're miserable, and every nigga that you ever liked didn't pan out for whatever reason, and now you're stuck. And
She
Oh
y'all keep
man,
female.
acting like
uh,
I'm the fucking problem.
oh
A
man,
female.
at first I was like, man, I like Music Soul Child, like his first album, man. And then like I started like laughing because the songs were popping in my head, and I was like, oh, Buddy. I was like,
Bro, come on, man. Like I'm not some little kid who never dealt with women before, bro. I know how y'all be giving it up. You out there looking for dick. Let's keep it a buck. You lonely, you frustrated, you on the hunt for dick. And this is the worst part about a lot of women right now. The dick you want the most don't want you as much as you want it. And
Bingo.
that's where the bitterness come in at. That's the female loneliness epidemic. They don't want all the dicks. They really only want one dick, but that dick too good for her.
mm,
Oh.
damn, damn, yo, like stop crying, Hood. While I'm crying, don't cry while I cry.
I'm just
Well, let's
saying,
ride
bro. Like
together.
that is why they all had to like team up and put a protective shielding around that woman. Because I wasn't even trying. I don't be trying to go crazy on bitches. I'm not trying to make you cry. I don't get off on tearing her soul down and
I
shit
do
like
though.
that.
I do though.
But
That's why you gonna
you
stop being
came
lame.
at me so crazy. Like, how can I not notice how awful you are? Like, listen
Like,
to listen to how you talk. Why would a man be with you?
yo, like when she came in, and I just imagine like being in a barbershop or something like that, and if a woman came in, it's like, you sound stupid, shut up. I'm like, yo, that is a wild way to like introduce yourself. I mean, that's crazy, man. And
Dolomite said, I remind every nigga that walked away.
damn, man. And then when she was like, basically, I guess Hood, you homeless now, right? You
No,
homeless.
you got
You,
three baby
you
mamas. You got
no,
three baby
he
mamas
no, he's streaming from a cardboard box right now.
You know
and
what's so
three
funny
baby
about
mamas.
being homeless? When I was air quotes homeless, that shit was like an adventure that I put on myself. I didn't have to be homeless. I just wanted to sleep in a truck to save money because I had to grind that shit out. That was me being homeless. Was me trying to get my business and run a business and shit. That was the closest to homeless that technically I ever was me trying to do this whole trucking thing. Outside of that, I've been in the streets my whole life, bro. I ain't never been homeless for real. I've been living on the off the grid. Put it that way. I've been off the grid urban nigga. You have no idea how much game I got in this shit.
No, but you know, it's another funny thing too. It's just like the fact that you could actually have like children with a woman or whatever. It's proof you can at least get her. They're like, oh, you can't talk to women. You don't talk to women. I'm like, women come up here. You have
Women come
regulars
up
in the
there to
chat.
talk to me. Like
Yeah,
not even bro on your channel. Y'all come to talk to me. I am never interested in what none of these hoes have to say, bro.
even when Hood would go over to John Galt and get like accosted a little bit, right? He would actually have enough charm to be able to turn some of the women into where they'd be curious. And that now I even seen like a couple of them be like, like up in the channel with her, like very friendly. Not nasty at all. You know what I'm saying? It's because like they kind of put away the conception or the perception of you versus like, what you actually are. Once you like talking like, one on one or whatever, oh, he is a real person. He's not this mean, scary, like, conservative.
You know what I think? A lot of folk they get off on like a narrative or some shit. Like niggas be just running with a like they believe rumors and shit like that. And then when you actually talk to a person, even if you disagree with me, like I don't start out trying to be disrespectful or go on personal attacks and say weird shit about your mom and all that. I have a logical argument to make about the state of men and women as it is right now. And I don't necessarily come at women like they are just plain evil for the role they play in this shit, right? But most people don't have the tolerance or the nuance to deliver it that way. They're just gonna be like, oh well, he hates women. Like, no, I hate you though.
Yeah. Come on, man. Like, I be killing me that, right? Okay, so I even had like other like older males say what, like I sent them a video, right? No comment. And it was just like I think it was the meatball video where everybody must eat. And dude said, "Why are you bashing women?" I'm like, "What are you talking about, man? I'm seeing all this looting and this chick is encouraging this stuff. This is crazy." I'm like, "That's not bashing women."
Yeah, shout,
Hey,
shout out,
No, we
shout out
yeah.
to
bashing
keep it
their
100, bro.
ideology of women.
I don't need Sharon's gay ass brotherhood over there. I'm valid everywhere, bro. Only bitch ass niggas be mad at me.
Shout out to keep it 100, man. Like like even with the disagreements that you or I have had with him, we still men. And I respect people like that, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, look, he has his opinion, he put it out there. He ain't gonna get like, all up in his feelings like some people do. You know what I'm saying? He does his thing, man.
That's what I was kind of speaking to earlier. Like, sometimes men are gonna have problems because who else is gonna have problems if not the men, right? But when you allow shit to go to extra levels, you take it to places that don't necessarily need to go. Now it starts to look like something else, and dudes wind up having this problem of like they want everything to be 0 to 100, and
Yeah,
I don't know
that's
why, bro.
crazy.
I don't get it.
Well, that's without the understanding or like because typically between men there's that low level of threat, and women don't necessarily experience that. You know what I'm saying? So they don't actually know how to measure that thing. So
You
dudes
know,
like typically operate the same way online. I mean, you got some different. You got some different type of dudes now because of the internet, right? But for the most part, most people will operate. You know what I'm saying? Because like anybody can get touched.
That's what I think too. Like when we talking about like that whole Bracy situation, bro. Like nobody will do that in real life, bro. Niggas will die behind that sucker shit he be doing, bro. I swear to God, there's no way you claim to be from Brownsville and you must have been an inside nigga, bro. I know you had to be an inside nigga because you can't conduct yourself in that manner and then not have no scars, no bullet holes. Like a nigga gonna come for your neck, bro. There's no way that men can behave like that amongst each other and nobody die.
Hey,
These ain't the men I'm used to, bro.
even now, hood. Like I ain't even from there, but I got plenty of people that I know from like different areas. Like what Murder Ave and all that other stuff. And I was like, at the very least, man, you got your chain snatched, man.
Man, you
And
got to.
that's light.
Murder Ave is me, bro, and I know these niggas. This is part of the reason why I don't came up because I know actual niggas in the street and shit. And so I'm like, bro, this shit is so lame. Nobody would actually behave like this. This is just how niggas act on a panel.
Yeah, man, that whole pounding your chest, man, for no reason is
That
crazy.
nigga
Like
from Manhattan Beach, hood. That nigga ain't from Buffalo,
hey,
Brown. That
he
nigga
was
from Manhattan Beach.
he was doing too much, man. Like he's like, oh, like be a man. Oh, so being a man means you just take it? No, that's not being a man. That's being a lady dog. Not to say the word. You know what I'm saying? A man don't just sit there and just take some stuff.
I don't understand where that came from. When did part of being a man become accepting abuse from girls, bro?
Well, I mean that's the new age thing, right? It's the whole like forgetting the last part. Because I remember my aunts would teach like my female cousins, be like, "Hey, he's not supposed to, hit you, but if you put yourself or act like a man, then guess what? You're gonna get treated like one."
It's a
It's like we
boomer.
completely forgot that one. No, but it was boomers that taught that though.
Yep. See, you got
So
to know when I say a boomer thing, see, boomers and millennials, they operate on the same species. A lot of millennials who want to admit it. We are the echo boomers, and we do the same shit, but just in a different remix way in this day and age. That's what it is.
I don't know. It's just crazy, man. Like, and then it's like them calling you sassy, them calling you gay, all that other stuff. Be like, yo, like, why are you going to a man's sexuality? And I love how the fact two things that I love. The last interaction, not this one, but I want to say the time ago, where you like, oh, y'all sound vaccinated, man. I think you hurt the feelings, man. Because man,
Hey
he was
man, E.
he looked like the dude at the he looked like the dude in Belly, man. After like DMX made him strip, he had that look on his
Yo,
face, man. And I was
that's
like,
what yo.
oh,
I be roasting the fuck out of E, bro, because that nigga too. It's too easy, bro. How you have a whole degree in mathematics? Like you learn cold rational mathematics from white people. You learn the white man's math. He gave you papers on that shit and everything. And you up here getting emotional about per capita, trying to obscure the use of per capita and shit. I'm like, bro, and you got a whole degree. This is what I mean about you niggas. This bitch got a PhD, a diva, and he got a math degree. Y'all niggas make degrees look bad, bro.
hey, hood in Washington State.
In
Oh,
Washington, wow.
what's so funny? I bet you that's one of them states where they be removing AP classes because the slow
No,
kids is
it
black.
is. It is. They did that last year. They removed like a bunch of different like, required like tests and stuff like that. Like certain math standards and under the guise that, basically you Negroes can't do it. That was pretty much the reason. They
He
were like
got a
it was
DEI math degree. I'm calling it. He got a DEI math degree. He got that
Yeah,
shit
man.
before the block was hot.
Partake,
It's too hot.
no,
It's hot
face
now. He
facts, you
can't get
got
it
it.
again.
You got participation degree. That's what you got right there. Face facts got it right there in the chat. Participation degrees.
I'm telling you, that nigga final test was in crayon, bro. Ain't no way the nigga got a math degree talking like this. Amazing, bro. I can't
yeah.
believe the shit that niggas be doing.
Yeah. Hey, hood. You remember when I used the word triage and the whole
TBN,
reaction to
what up?
that?
What up?
Who's that we were talking to when we were
It
complaining
was
about their
them.
order?
It was them.
It was E or it was Sharon.
It was both.
Okay, all right.
I say you had to use a triage response, and they like had the deer in the headlights look, and I'm like, I don't think they know what this means, but I didn't play gotcha, you know, and then I kept on saying it, and they kept on like he kept on like mispronouncing it or whatever, and like purposely being like trying to be obtuse, like he was being funny, but it wasn't funny. It was actually tragic. And then when you said that, I said something, not being crazy, but just like, hey, I don't think y'all know what that means, man. And I said a couple more words they didn't understand. And I'm like, wow, I need to get up out of here, man. That's when I send you that message where I'm like, I might not be able to do this anymore. Cause I'm like, I was getting too mad, man.
Yeah, y'all keep telling me that I gotta stop hanging out with the slow kids, right? This is what I get, right? Now I got cooties or some shit. Nigga, Sharon gave me cooties. It's gonna take
Uh,
7 days for my channel to heal.
Hey, shout out to
no,
American Man.
what up, American man? No,
What's
that
going
nigga's
on, bro?
indoctrinated. That is a male. That's an indoctrinated male feminist if I have ever seen one. For real, for real. But go ahead, American man.
Hey, while he's getting together or whatever, I don't know if he's like available right yet, but like old girl called herself a she's like, I'm not a feminist, I'm a liberatist or something like that, or liberty. She said liberty something, and I was like, man, that sounds I ain't tell you what it sounds like,
Hey,
but you already know.
what's up, gentlemen? Did those weekend gay nigger males strike the channel?
Absolutely. Earned it
Jesus
proudly,
Yeah.
though. I
Christ.
stand by everything I didn't say.
I'm not gonna ask why because I'm sure none of you gentlemen know. Yo, that
Well,
whole exchange.
I gave the explanation why. There's no secret as to. I mean, there's no secret as to what happened. I guess the why is only in his heart, really. But yeah, it's not a secret how it went down. He just got mad on some whole shit.
Yeah, it sounds like. Hold on, I'm about to pump some gas. Go ahead, yeah.
Man, and it was really other people putting a battery in their back, man. If this was let's equate this to like if this was like in real life, right? Not even on some street stuff. That's the kind of stuff to get you messed up, man. If not like out of here for good. You allow somebody else to kind of gas you up, put a battery in your back, and now you puffed up your chest or whatever, and now somebody might have to go.
No, that means he can't go on nobody panel. Nobody gonna take him seriously. Motherfuckers gonna basically when they see that name in anybody chat or he trying to use their content, he's gonna be basically persona non grata.
Hey, but under his same logic though, you remember when he stole the show idea from Hood? And it's like, it's an idea, right? But if you really gonna like have that honor and duty and all that stuff, which was about duty, what, right? Duty and responsibility was the topic. And then he told Hood, I know Hood remembers this. Oh, let's see who can do it better. And then Hood made a rebellion and then had his show and then came back and then trolled him.
I can tell you why he's mad. He's mad Hood didn't push the button. That way he wasn't able to sit and read all the comments in Hood's chat. That's the only thing he was pissed about, was not being able to see the comments going on. That's why he wanted you to hit the blue button up top.
Yeah, but then if I do that, anytime he drops me, he gets to have total control, and then I just get to be quiet whenever they feel like wringing
That
out their
part too.
tampons. And so I'm like, no, I'm gonna now spend that quiet time on my own channel, giving my own commentary. Apparently, that's against the rules of blackness or some shit like that. There's too many rules to being a nigga, bro. I'm about to be a white guy. I swear to God.
No, it's just
No, them niggas are sissified.
they just make up rules to suit them. It ain't even like no rules or honor code or anything like that. That's all it is. It's like, oh, it don't benefit me, so it must be bad. Straight up.
Well, that's what happens when all the rules that you make are made with girl brain anyhow.
Yeah. I agree with you.
You know.
So I saw Snowman in the chat, man. Had some bangers.
couldn't help myself, man.
Even when you in the chat, you guys little minions with them little wrenches go ahead and snipe your little comment.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, and shout out to Dark Carmen or Miss Cantrell. Man, she was going ham. I'm like, damn. Hey,
We had a new guest on the panel. I don't know if we ever spoke before. Welcome to the show. It says Thymotic. It's an
What's going on?
interesting name. The
No,
Watcher.
we spoke before. I was Mayo Monster like a month ago.
Hey, okay. You see, people be changing y'all
Yeah.
identities and shit. I don't know what's up.
Yeah, no, I mean, I watched a little bit of this, what happened, but bro, this just goes to show, like, you cannot trust leftist men. Like, you just can't. Like,
Right. This
For-
is how you. This is a clear-cut case of showing you that they don't want to have a conversation at all.
like, bro, their allegiance is to the matriarchy. Like, that's just like the most cold-cut, descriptive thing. Like, there is no, like, there is no middle ground. There is no compromise. Like, it's either he defends matriarchy or not. But this is literally all it's going down to, and it all goes back to that Smithsonian leftist Marxist document that showed what white culture is and what Hood Conservative puts on it on his stream every single time. If he wants Hood Conservative, if you want to put on that white what is white culture, it always
I don't
goes
have
back
the
to that.
graphic anymore. I don't have it anymore, but I know exactly what you mean.
It all
Yeah, the one
no,
that says that being on time is whiteness and shit like that.
no the nuclear family,
Yeah.
the man being head of household, self-determination, like, and then it's like it all goes back to that. Like,
Wait, so you guys mean to tell me I've been a white man this entire
yes,
time?
yes,
Yes,
not
you
even
have.
funny.
You
Yes,
absolutely have.
Yes.
hey,
Yes.
Incredible.
And
Wow.
they hate me because I lean into this shit. Like, what's the point of being black if this how you niggas are, bro? Make me
Right.
want to be like y'all. What the fuck is this shit?
It's like there's like I don't even know. You can't even debate. You can't even debate about this anymore. Like, because I'm white, right? I'm Gen Z. I'm young. I get along with like a lot of like black conservative men, and it's just like the black conservative men are looked down upon even worse than even white racists. Like actually, like so-called white racists. Because you're seen as traitors to blackness, but like just like you said, what do you get from being a black male if your role is to be a matriarchal enforcer, and that
Hey,
gays, felons, and then women are higher than you, and you're number 4, and it goes back to that other article saying black men or straight black men are the white people. Yeah,
you really do watch a lot. You been
Hey,
around.
Yeah.
yeah, which is wild, man. Which is wild.
Listen, we are.
Damn, he came in
legion,
here
bro.
knowing. He came in here knowing everything. Holy shit!
Yeah, it's good
Again,
to know that
hey,
people
Sharon,
don't just
hey,
be on
Sharon,
bullshit and they be absorbing this shit.
Hey,
Well,
hold on. Hey,
See, I've been
Sharon,
telling you,
the
Hood, the
best
white people
stuff.
are watching and paying attention to this bullshit, man.
What this this is a perfect example of what Jeff was talking about earlier on the panel, and talking about like he was trying his hardest to be nice and couch it, but he's like, hey, your reputation precedes you, and like regardless of what you think, other people think something of you. So you know what I'm saying? Like it would behoove you that your reputation wasn't as tarnished as it is. But it doesn't matter. It like apparently.
When I heard her talking, I was like, "Shorty, you're pretending." First of all, I'm listening to her, and I'm like, "There's no man overseas that wants you, man. They don't want you here the way you're babbling."
Jeff tried to explain it.
Like, there's no man overseas that's gonna deal with that without a backhand.
Yeah, shout out to Jeff, by the way, man, because he was trying. He was trying.
Yeah, he was
Yeah,
trying.
he was trying to find some middle ground, but you can't find middle ground with retards.
Well, like I said, matriarchal enforcers. Like you cannot like someone that wants to uphold matriarchy. How can you debate with that? Like how can you even how like for example, a Hood Conservative was on it like a couple of days ago. He was talking about the welfare state and how basically men have been turned into slaves because we're expected to do old patriarchal social contracts with a new modern contract. So basically modern women are allowed to be hoes, and then they're basically taking welfare money, and then we're expected to be their matriarchal enforcers without any authority. And when he presented that argument to them, they just didn't want to hear it. They will basically just keep on pushing it aside. They don't want to hear it, right? So it's basically, when these people are debating, they're always coming at it from a biased worldview of like, do they want to dismantle patriarchy or do they want to uphold matriarchy? That's literally all it comes down to.
If you listen to what PhD Diva was talking about, and that's why I nailed her on this shit in that conversation when she was describing her utopia. She was describing her black utopia, but literally describing the childhood neighborhood that she remembered growing up, which it had to be built by boomers. That's fact. Because if you were born in the 70s, you're a product of the boomers more likely, right? So your entire conception of what's good and what you want was literally built by men.
Yeah, but
when men were in
Hood,
charge, when men had the money, when men ran everything.
Hood, was that a romanticized reimagining of her childhood though? Because we look at a lot of things fondly, but upon like closer inspection, right, with adult eyes, like music, movies, all this stuff, right? Even like our moments, like our own personal like moments like of the past. Once you like look at some of them with different set of eyes or whatever, and not the rose-colored glasses like a lot of people have, man, like a lot of that stuff, man, ends up being a lot uglier than what we remember.
I mean, that's a different commentary on like the boomer era and all that, and I accept a lot of that, right? Who was perfect? We imagine it as more perfect than what it was, but what I wanted to point out to her was the simple fact that utopia, as you describe it, was built by fucking men. Simple as. Like, you can't escape that shit. Women aren't going to get there. They can't get there on their own.
Be the World War II generation, silent generation, or the youngest of the boomers by the 1970s and 80s. It was all made by men.
Yeah, but not just men in modern times. We're talking about like patriarchal, territorial, boundary structure, like, you know what I mean? Like those type of masculine archetypes were the leaders of household. Like basically, they had authority tied with responsibility, and that's what, like, if you're going to talk about the old times and gas them up saying that they were so great, you have to talk about the men of the past too. And those men had really strict boundaries to where they wouldn't even marry you if, guess what, you were not a virgin or you were a divorcee.
Hey, like shout out to Keep It 100 or whatever. The Africans ain't recite no poetry. Chick in the window. Hey,
yeah,
like
that's definitely a white boy thing right there.
Cousin, is it not cousin? Uncle Jeff, man. He was tiptoeing around it, man. But like even Umar said that you got to be careful going on the content because of your mouth.
Well, I'm gonna say this real quick. I know this is a low blow, but I got to do it. Huts don't have windows, bro.
Damn, dog.
You ain't shit for that, Hood. You ain't shit for that.
Yo, but
I would expect a comment like that to come out my mouth.
I
put it along nicely, sir. Your racism's coming along nicely.
I put it in your chat, Hood. A lot of MDKs happening, man. Like with women thinking it's all sweet, going over to like the motherland.
Oh yeah, they don't care over there. Because listen, they don't have the forensic files in Africa, bro. You can get away with that shit if you try hard enough.
Hell, what is it? Like three black women disappeared like what, last year? No trace.
You know what else they don't have in Africa? A concept of time.
And when I say black women, I'm talking about American black women, right? Going over there trying to make their way, you know what I'm saying, whatever that is, and they just disappeared because they popping off.
The thing about Africa, I think Africa is the only country where theoretically your woman can just disappear and you'd be like the lions, bro. Like, that's all you gotta say, lions, bro. And then like, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna prove to me that a lion didn't come snatch this bitch away? And there's lion paw prints everywhere.
I don't know, man. You might be able to get away with that in Australia because so much of the land, and animals and stuff is so harsh. I mean, there might be a little investigation, but man, if it's too much work, they might just be like,
And
you
Australia,
think a motherfucker gives a fuck in Africa if a bitch comes up missing?
Right.
No,
That's why in Australia, you gotta work in Australia because they're white. They got rules and shit. You gotta use an exotic spider in Australia. It's
In Africa,
complicated over there.
all you are is another shadow that's no longer around.
No, Snowman. I'm not making the argument against Africa. I'm saying like, if I'm like really thinking about other places where that possibly can happen, it could probably happen in Australia. Obviously not to the same degree, right?
Well, in America, you just keep a flower bed in the backyard. They're all problems.
Well, I mean, or you have a pig farm and they fall in, right?
I was just
that
thinking
part.
that the pig
That
farmer,
part.
the
That
pig
too,
farmer.
man. You know, pigs will eat everything but the teeth.
Yep.
Hey, then it's just an accident, right?
Yeah, and the only reason why they don't eat the teeth is because their stomach can't digest them. So it isn't like that.
Yo,
They can't use the
These-
teeth
yo,
for dental
it's kind of
records.
wild. Yo, it's
These
kind
jokes
of
are why
wild.
they say I hate women. You guys are the reason why they say I hate women. It's because of you. I didn't make any of these jokes. I just said there's no windows in African huts. Here you go.
Well, I mean, you open up the window,
Hey, dude,
so to speak.
I have never found an unruly woman on a hog farm either.
Me either,
Uh,
in fact.
hey,
Yo, it's
who-
kind of wild. It's kind of
My-
wild that it struck you and didn't say like, "Hey, I don't want you to show it" or anything like that. I don't know. That's supremely weak to me.
Well, you
Hood,
didn't ask. You didn't ask, Hood.
but Hood, right?
I guess he wanted a blowjob first. I was supposed to give him a BJ and then he'd give me permission.
But Hood, you're a braver man than I am, right? Because I see you spend a lot of time talking to those people.
Yeah, it's
just
such a
find
waste
them-
of breath.
I just find most of them to be truly ignorant, so I avoid most conversations with them. I don't know how you do it, man. You're a hero for that. Because I would just be like, yo, all of you are some ignorant, dumb mother effers. And like,
You know what it is,
I find
honestly?
you supremely retarded.
I noticed whether it's like, even if I go to a BGS and them, it's been a while. Maybe I'm gonna start trolling BGS and them again. I got to go to Art and Style, man. Got to work my way back around at Chitlin Circuit, right? But I realized that a lot of these conversations become one-sided circle jerks without somebody like me, who like I come in with the intention of taking things in a different direction, pointing out a different set of facts, pointing out a different narrative. And I like to be the bad guy. I won't even deny it. Maybe it's a personal failing of mine. I enjoy being the guy that they all hate because like they're wrong in a lot of shit. So it doesn't bother me that I'm getting hated by people who are weird and wrong. And so I do kind of enjoy it. I won't even lie. Maybe there's something wrong with me.
Hey, yeah, when you just said that, man, it popped in my head, man. It feels so empty without me. Ah, man.
I mean, honestly, that's how I kind of look at, especially with Sharon's channel. Like, bro, your shit lame unless you talking shit about men. If you can't name drop another creator, if you can't talk about the Manosphere or something like that, this shit corny, bro. You don't do numbers. I can do numbers on all kinds of shit though. I've had a wide variety of shit. My favorite show of all time was literally the South African Civil War, bro. That was some of the best YouTube I've ever experienced. Just talking about it, and most Black YouTube won't touch stuff like that, and it becomes really one-sided.
Hey,
Everybody's trying to fall in love or hate on people.
The South African Civil War, was that the one where we saw the clip of the guy walking across the fucking camera with a fucking casket on his shoulder?
Yes, bro. Yes, they were doing everything in South Africa. It was crazy. But nobody in Black YouTube was talking about that shit. They were all trying to solve the love crisis and shit, you know?
Yeah, but Hood, they don't have they don't have the same kind of range. Because I'm like, notice how go my bad. Go ahead.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I was gonna say notice they don't have the same kind of range, right? They don't have the same kind of range. So like nobody's talking about the escalation over in Ukraine or whatever, and how like this is like possibly like even bigger escalation going to kinetic war. They ain't talking about that. They talking about like, oh, somebody feelings. I'm like, what that got to do with the price of tea in China? And like, every now and again they might bring up the fact you're not talking about certain things, whatever. It's because, well, y'all ain't talking about it either. Y'all want to talk about BRICS? Oh yeah, you can really have this sophisticated conversation about that, or the new the liberal world order, like breaking down and needing to be changed with something else. I know we had that
Bro,
conversation over here.
he got a math degree. He can talk about it.
Yeah, but that never comes up.
Never.
They must just be handing math degrees out. That's all I'm saying.
AOC is an economics major.
They're definitely just handing math degrees out.
Basically.
I found it interesting. First of all, Sharon was really showing his clip today, and it was odd. I'm around a lot of men, and the one thing they don't do is continue to say, "I'm a real man. I'm a real man." And Sharon kept doing a lot of that. I'm a real man. I'm a real man. And it's like, yo, men don't operate that way. Like you don't have to go about telling yourself you're a real man if you indeed are a real man. Like that's for other people to say. So I'm listening to that and I'm like, I don't think you're confident in whether or not you're a man if you have to continue to say that.
Well,
but his name is Sharon.
Well, maybe his milquetoast wife is, telling him that someday he'll grow up from being a pinhead to a real man.
Hood done hurt feelings, man, more than a couple times. So if he went and rewatched any of Hood's streams, he might have felt a kind of way. So that could be adding to it too. Because I remember, I know a couple times, man. Hood had some like little jabs, probably like probably hurt some feelings, man.
Now I think the hurt feelings with conservative is sort of the same reason why people have hurt feelings with me. The facts are the facts. We get to the truth and just keep going. That's the end of it. All that concerning myself with how you feel about the truth, none of that matters. And so that would be the only hurt feelings I would see these beta males having, is the fact that the truth is just the truth, and that's the end of it.
Well, I mean, if somebody would have showed him the American Man, somebody had to show him the clip of like how he couldn't tell the kids nothing. I'm pretty sure that hurt your feelings, man. You're like, oh.
Hold on. What clip? What clip is that?
You remember he was sitting in the living room, the kids was making noise. He couldn't even tell the kid to be quiet, and you were commenting on that. And I remember laughing like crazy. I remember laughing like crazy, man.
He wasn't even allowed to discipline his own kid.
No,
that is crazy work. I would have went out for a fucking lottery ticket and a pack of cigarettes and never came back.
Oh man, Hood was laughing too, and he was telling jokes. Oh man, it was glorious, man.
And you know what's so funny? Like, I'm willing to roast you to your face, but now I'm forced to only roast you behind your back, so you can't feel no way about it.
Maybe that's why he was showing his bussy off that one day on Witch Doctor's stream, man. Used to getting fucked by his wife, he wanted to share.
Hey, them jokes hit differently, man.
I cannot get over that shit. Like, why, as a man who claims to be so masculine, why do you think that it's appropriate to join a panel of dudes? Like, we were already up talking about some shit. You joined the conversation, right? The conversation was already going, and you decided that you were going to cam up doing yoga.
What? Not just cam up, but with the camera pointed right at your fucking bussy.
Hey, that is a choice, man. Hey, look, right. I done the filmmaking thing for a minute, man. Like, everything's a choice.
Okay. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, I know as a content creator, everything that is on your viewing screen right now is a choice that I've made. Everything you're watching is a product of a series of decisions that I have made, great and small, about what I want you to see and think about my show and about me personally, right? Why would you put that out there about yourself? Why would you think that you stretching your bussy in front of all of us is a good thing?
That was just wild, man. That was crazy work.
Wait, Hood.
Yo, that was wild work. And he tried to act like that was normal.
No, but it wasn't.
It is normal to an FAG.
No, but old boy pushed him down and said, "Hey, when you stop doing that, you can come up." So I guess he gets back in the chair and then tries to do it again.
Yes.
That is a
Yeah.
choice.
That is a choice.
Deliberate.
I would be
A
seen.
series. The nigga's life is a series of gay decisions, bro. The nigga whole life, 40 years, just gay decisions, one after another, talking about his masculinity and shit. The nerve of niggas, bro. I can't imagine this type of shit niggas be on.
I think we're watching him slowly come out of the closet. Personally,
And the old girl said he has a whole wife. You ever heard of a beard
a
lady?
whole white wife, dude, not just any wife, a whole white wife with his pro black ass.
Yeah. But Snowman, you ever heard of
Not
a beard?
just any kind of white wife, a Russian white wife. That's as white as it fucking gets.
Oh, he got a mail order wife. Hey, let me stop.
Right.
Oh,
Hey,
you
like
got Russians for real? Get
man,
out. I'm surprised they let that go down. Russians kill about that type shit.
I don't care. Anyone says you cannot be pro whatever ethnicity or pro your race if you're dating someone that's not. Like I can't take that seriously.
No, not at all, dude.
Look, I won't go that far, right?
No, because
but,
you're
but
trying.
I'm saying, but the way they present it, the way it I guess it metastasizes, if you will. It's anti what they're saying though. The way they present it.
Well, what I mean is like if you can be for the dignity of people that look like you. That's not what I mean. I'm talking like black nationalism and like you're full on trying to just get rid of whites, but then you're creating a mulatto. You know what I mean? It's like that type of like activism.
I
where it's
tend to
just
agree.
Like you can't be this militant pro-black, like these people, and then like they are also dealing with like white women. You know what I mean? Like it just
especially as much shit as he
this.
talks about. Especially as much shit as he talks about white people.
The harder you go, the blacker your partner has to be.
Yep.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna give it up like that, I agree with both of y'all. If you're gonna give it up like that, yeah.
Right. How else does it make sense though? Because like people really.
Oh, he dropped out.
Oh, I think
he dropped himself.
He left.
Damn, man. Hey.
He was cooking too.
The
but
panel,
no, I mean, I don't know. From my perspective, as Gen Z, like being young, and just coming up with like this post woke world, like I just noticed if you're gonna really be pro your race or pro ethnicity, like you gotta be able to actually marry someone and then produce offspring, produce a child that looks like you. Like I don't know. That's just the way that I look at it.
Yeah,
what
it's terrible.
What did Japanese call it? Hafu?
Yeah,
haifu.
But guys.
Oh, you're back now.
But hold on. Isn't that every single pro-black? Like
most of them.
That's par for the course, right? Every black that pumps their fist, I'm pro-black. They all have a white wife or a white husband or a white something. Right? In Don Lemon's case, he's got a white husband.
How are you pro-black, right? Which means you got to be for the whole group. But you go out of your way to give cover and shield to women who only hate black men. Like, and listen, you know what's so funny? Your girl Venus came up there while I was up there. She came up there. I know after I got dropped, she was up there, right? And Venus is another one. You sit up there and you kiki and you talk nice with this alleged white supremacist Josh guy, but you only got smoke for black men. I never see you have smoke for anybody but black men. But you get along with Josh so great. Why? What Josh is about is against you. If you take Josh at his word, everything he stands for is going to kick over your sandcastle, right? But you talk nice to him.
I bet
it's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Nick Fuentes off, wouldn't she?
Yeah, that's why
probably
generally I avoid black women altogether.
You get the bedwench vibes from her?
Yeah,
wow.
That's why generally I avoid black women altogether, because I understand that most of their rhetoric is about subjugating black men to this blackness nonsense, while they roam free about the cabin. I don't even take them seriously when I hear them talking. I, for the large part, just hear them, and I'm like, you're just babbling.
I don't necessarily put the label like bed wench on it. I mean, because they're women, bro. Women are gonna do that kind of shit anyway.
All
And
women are
because
bed
women
wenches, dude.
women fuck the power dynamic. It is what it is. So I don't necessarily fault women on that level. But I think the problem is that the men don't like to acknowledge that and operate around that shit. Like it's real. And so you got these dudes who are allegedly pro-black, but they're willing to pop up and defend women who don't have any of the loyalty that your mission requires. And
And
you get
also,
mad at me for talking shit to these bitches.
hey, also too, man. Like I used to have like a NOI dude, man. He used to be like a brother, man. But you know what I'm saying? Like he was very critical of certain stuff that me and a couple other cats, was doing or whatever. As far as like personal life or whatever. Nothing bad, right? But just like something that he wouldn't do. So he's very judgmental. And my man, you know what I'm saying? He never had the same kind of vitriol these people have. That like he didn't jump to conclusions or whatever. He just had his own personal thing, right? I mean, even your parent would be like kind of the same way, and it kills me, right? How they're so uncharitable to their quote unquote brother. You know what I'm saying? It makes no sense. You're gonna go to the most like just nastiest conclusion you can. Like Hood lives in a cardboard box underneath some train tracks. You know what I'm saying? Like
He got 3 kids with 3 baby mamas and
yeah,
shit.
Hood ain't got no property. Hood ain't got no 401k. I'm like, what if they doing anything?
Hey, how
All
you know
while
you know
these
the
bitches are
irony
sitting in the chat fucking talking about we ain't gonna be led by no fucking factory worker or truck driver, but
bro.
getting bust down by fucking bottom shelf fucking,
Yo,
it's
it was hilarious.
You know the irony about that though with what's her name, Trendy Tryon, whatever her name was. She wanted to really go there with me on a personal level, but here's the thing, right? I've actually made children that I can take enjoyment in life. On some really basic, the fundamentals of life, I'm at the point in my life where I can enjoy my children. You're still looking for somebody to love you. I've already been there, done that, had it before, don't want it no more.
And they look like you.
And they look like me, fucking straight like me.
and for one woman, she hate that you'll fit the narrative of being a habitual baby daddy.
Nah, what her problem is she's mad just like his baby mama is that he actually took his daughter to fucking college and did what her dad was supposed to, and she can't talk shit about him, so she got to make shit up. That's what all women do. They
Right,
get mad
right.
because he's doing his fucking due diligence and they can't make shit. They can't talk bad about him, so they just make shit up.
But the
Meanwhile,
psychoanalyzation from the clouds is crazy.
and they
We
only
don't
want to
know each other.
psychoanalyze me. They
What
only
was
want to
crazy?
psychoanalyze me, but you got the female loneliness epidemic right in front of you, and nobody wants to jump in. But I'm the only guy that wants to look it square in the eye.
What was crazy was how sexually charged her language was. It was all about like, getting off, and you know what I'm saying. Like it was nothing about what he actually said, because she can't argue the point. She can't stay on task like that. That's how women like that operate, or people like that operate. They use logical fallacies as their arguments, thinking that they're
Mystery.
making an actual argument.
Mystery.
Let me
Look, this what it is. She is a student, a practitioner of bell hooks. That is a masculine thought process. She wants to go ahead and think that she actually doing man-ish. You look, she want to travel around the world like a man. She want to go ahead and have control over the relationship like a man, but yet she want to have the so-called position of a woman so she can shit on said man when don't go their way.
Mr. O, respectfully, I disagree, because
huh.
and the reason why is whenever women try to imitate men, they always imitate a
The
bad
jock.
version of a man.
The jock. The
No,
aggressive jock.
like a bad, like
Like a
studs,
pookie?
right?
The
Like, you never see
asshole. No, when they imitate men, they become assholes.
exactly. They don't imitate regular
Well, I
masculine.
believe that they
Mature
are
masculinity.
already natural assholes before they even go ahead and try to take the disposition of a man. But I mean, I could bet the differ. But go ahead, Mr. Reed.
Like I never seen a stud act like an Urkel or
True.
or
Yeah, I agree.
Carlton Dankler.
Yeah.
I want to. I don't know. Face Stack, did you get in here yet? And if not, I want to get John in this too.
No, I didn't get in. I just had a
Yeah,
quick
what's
point,
going on, bro?
right? What you're overlooking is, remember, being a simp is also a mating strategy. Just like for women, being aggressive is a mating strategy for they have to convince weak males to fall under their control because they can't get a strong man. So what we're doing, like it's like an episode of National Geographic. We're watching, mating strategies of the undesirable, because every creature has the desire to replicate itself. So they resort to these, tactics. But because they're human, we're supposed to have, a sense of honor and a code of ethics. It kind of falls by the wayside when you have these undesirable creatures from each particular sex. Not to mention, this dude's name is Sharon. I don't know why he keeps mispronouncing it. When you hold your son in your arms for the first time when he's born, and you skip over all these male names and you land on Sharon, something is wrong. And the last thing I want to say is he can't recover from downward facing nigga. Like, it's a rap for him. That's what got you kicked. He had to find a way to report you after that. Because everybody on his panel was laughing at him. Even Jeff was laughing at him. Like, everybody stopped. And I will watch his content to make sure he doesn't steal that from you, because that shit was like a death knell. There's no coming back from that. You can't fight that. And it was true. He never said you lied. But that's all I got.
Sharon would fit I almost never get caught in a lie.
Sharon would fit perfectly on a Native Land podcast. It could be the fourth female. Yeah, the only thing I ask is that y'all stop allowing him to mispronounce his name. His name is not Sharon. Right? It's clear he claims to be educated. He should be able to pronounce his own name the right way. It's Sharon. Right. His mama named him Sharon. I'm gonna call him Sharon.
Sharon. He definitely got put in lockers in high school.
I think the name fits him perfectly. To be honest, if we really look at it closely, it fits him perfectly. The name.
Do you think his Russian wife beats him up?
Of course.
Wait, Hood, what is his political ideology? Like, what does he identify as?
Oh, he's a gay nigger male.
No, I know it, but does he identify as like a Marxist, like a neo-Marxist, or like
he's a communist? He always
it all makes sense. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
He always talk about community this, community that. What we should do as concuserves to the community, which is really a gynocracy in his eyes.
That's why I said at the beginning of this. I said he's for the matriarchy and he's a matriarchal enforcer. That's just all it is.
Yeah, I don't think he has a real ideology outside of what white liberal women tell him to believe. So I think he's just mostly a mouth breather until he gets his pecking orders from the white liberal woman, and then that's what he claims to believe until she gives him another set of orders. I don't think he has thought of it all.
I'm with Red on this one. I'd be willing to bet she makes him wear a big fur coat and then puts a collar around his neck and makes him pretend to be a husky and shit.
That part too.
For real. She putting his nose in his shit and everything.
Wouldn't put it past him. You know what I'm saying? But
John, what's going on, bro? Get in here. What
did he strike you for? I'm not very familiar with all this. What did
he struck him because he's a bitch. Because he's a bitch.
Come on, Snowman. Let him tell me the specific.
That's why, because he's a bitch.
There's no fucking category for being a bitch. Come on, I'm trying to get a real. I want their purpose.
No, the answer is that he's fighting the narrative against the matriarchy.
God damn, you can't get a straight.
Well, let me say it plainly, right? Because it's not a secret or nothing. And if you go back and watch the very opening of the show,
I'm fine.
I'm gonna get to it because it's not like a controversial thing. No crazy shit happened. I was on his panel, right? Before I came on his panel, I had already had my live stream up. I was doing my content, talking about the shit I talk about. So while my live stream was up, I got on my phone and I joined his panel from my phone. And then on my live stream on my laptop, I started covering his show while I was on it. And so while I was out there, everything was chill. Nobody had no issue. And then somebody in the chat, after he got mad at me and dropped me for whatever reason, and he held me in the back and wouldn't bring me back up, somebody in the chat pointed out to him that, he's playing your video on his show right now. And the problem is that while I was on his panel and his show was on my live stream, when I wasn't talking directly on his panel, I was on my show giving further commentary on my channel about what was happening on the panel. And I was low key roasting the rest of the panel too, but like other people was talking. So I'm taking some of that opportunity to do other content on my channel, right? So now some girl comes up, she starts a whole fight. It's a whole shit show between me and her. And you know he's always gonna defend the girl no matter what. He gets upset with me because I don't play by his little gay rules, and then he drops me. And somebody tells him that I'm covering his shit. And so now he want to get all huffy puffy and give me a content strike for that whole situation.
Yeah.
Like I said, he was being a bitch.
Yeah. All right. I got you.
Not for nothing, but I've been on his panel plenty of times and have streamed from his channel plenty of times. The reason why I did what I did today is, one, I was already up live streaming, and two, when I was up there, I liked having the control because he wants to drop me whenever he feel like it, and I can't defend myself. So it turns into this whole power control thing.
You told him that you were streaming a show anyway, and that's the crazy thing about it. You told him already.
I didn't tell him. The girl that was starting all the shit, she was trying to get at me like, oh, well, if you were so popping, you'll be on your own shit right now. I'm like, bitch, I am right now. Like, what you mean?
And that was like 3 hours before he even cut the stream off. Bro.
Damn. So what was the consequences? What are the consequences of that? You think get the YouTube slap on the wrist or what?
Yeah, 7-day strike maybe. I mean, I'm fighting it back. So now I'm seeing how if I get doxxed or not. Because I'm not like a special secret guy. There's nothing crazy will happen if I get doxxed. But I'm curious now if the doxing will happen. Because now I have to judge. Well, I can only see now what level of whole shit I have to be submitted to.
Hey, John. One thing that people like that follow this kind of line of attack have to be wary of. This is the kind of stuff to where the content creator, if they're not in the right, if they're wrong and found out to be wrong, this is kind of stuff to take down your channel. You know what I'm saying? Like, because this happened to Myron Gaines, like 2 years ago?
Yep.
Yeah. So we already seen this play out in other arenas.
Yeah, man, that's why, like, for the most part, I don't even show anyone else's content, man. I just show my own shit. Like, it's just really proof blacks can't work together. I'm almost, in some ways, I'm happy to see this because it really proves my point. The blacks just can't work together. They're really kind of some illogical people. Listening to Thymodic, I think that's the guy's name. He's saying, like, if you're going to be pro-black, you got to marry black women. I hear some blacks in the audience, they're grumbling, no, you don't. Which is illogical in a way. How you going to be pro something and you're not actively creating it or being open to creating it? You create something that's not just that. So the blacks they're very, very mixed up. You know what I'm saying? And I think
it's ironic, John. The whole thing about blacks working together. It's not like I never gave you a bunch of free content, bro. You ate off me good.
Well, that's the way it goes.
I mean, for real, am I lying? Do I not give up free content? Like, it's not like I stream everything on my channel, bro. Sometimes I just come in and show out. So a nigga can eat off me all the time, but blacks can't work together, bro.
What,
That's why you ain't my friend if we can't break bread.
Those are niggas, hood. No, them are niggas.
If we can't break bread, we can't be friends, bro. It's a real thing. I'm telling you. If we don't have the type of relationship where I can trust money in your pocket, we're not really friends. You're just a nigga I know.
Blacks kill me. Blacks kill me with this whole nigga and black shit. I can't tell the difference. Shit.
Well, there you go.
That's like niggas or blacks to be. You all look like a nigga. You look like a black person.
That's a huge problem, bro. That's a huge problem. So you can't tell the difference between.
I seen some very intelligent blacks who got some real deep nigga in them. I seen some real ghetto niggas who really ain't got no nigga in them. Ain't got that dog in them. You can't tell the difference. You can't distinguish them.
This is the big problem, though, Mystery. Is because there's no delineation. Like amongst other groups or whatever, you have the class delineation, like for the most part, right?
Well, you have black class delineation, but not
No,
behavior.
but they kind of don't, John. Like is what we're saying. Like they kind of like defend some of the BS sometimes too.
Yeah.
Yes, you can. You should be able to delineate between, like you just explained it, but then say I can't see the difference.
No.
Like
I'm saying because like whenever they're talking with her, right? They say, "Oh, we're not a monolith," but then they vote at the same block, right? And they do stuff whatever where it's like, oh, you're not politically black.
You can't listen to what blacks say. You just have to look at what they do. They are a monolith. Any group going like that, that's a monolith, right?
I'm talking about specifically between
whatever the hell they want to say.
Like
hell, black niggas, they all vote the same. They all vote like a monolith, right? So how the hell you tell the difference about voting pattern? You can't tell the difference. 90% of
I'm not
black
talking about voting pattern. I'm talking about behavior, just interaction.
Shit, they all behave the same.
Yeah, but Mr. E. Okay, so like a person coming from a 2-parent household that's not going to look negatively on like a broken household or whatever. That's kind of an issue because we see so many problems coming out of that, right? If you're not making that delineation, then do you really even care about your people?
I'm not even talking about the household. I'm just talking about you interact with the individual himself or herself. You interacting with an individual. You can't tell just by interacting with this individual whether or not they're a nigga or non-nigga.
Yeah, but Mr. E, like on this panel that we're just talking about, right? There was a lot of nigga behavior. You agree with me, right? Right? But they will tell you that that is not in them if you had like the one-on-one conversation with each one of them.
They can say that all over. It's just like I gave the example about the being gangster. Like I'm a gangster, but I can tell by the way you act whether you about that life or not. I can tell by
it sounds like people want to use black and nigga as a type of class distinction almost.
Isn't it?
Hell, most of the niggas are poor. Most of the blacks are poor. They all hit the bottom mixed up together.
A class distinction and a philosophy.
I wouldn't go as far as say class, but definitely culture distinguished.
When blacks ain't got no fucking culture. What kind of culture they got? Man, shit, I see culture is food. I see what blacks eat every day. Panda Express.
It's thug and thought culture.
Huh?
Right? It's thug and thought culture. If me as a black person, I'm amongst the average black person and I'm eating a salad, they gonna sit there, why you eating that rabbit food? That's culture, based on what you're saying.
Well, that's part of it, like you and your grandma and your mama get around in the kitchen and make a recipe that's been in your family for 100 years. Make it from scratch. It's part of culture, you see all the other groups had it, and there's nothing. I guess you can get by without it. But there's so many other things, that's missing. Like I think blacks are more or less either way it goes. Trying to team up and be like other groups probably cause trouble. Most blacks aren't smart enough to figure out things on their own. You got problems there too. But I don't know.
John, I think you and I are in a similar boat. And that if you go to other panels, you're gonna get a lot of hate. Like I've seen it, we talked about it. And then I told you, first thing to do is stop using the ER so much. That hard R really get under niggas' skin.
You're gonna get under their skin either way.
He has first-hand experience though, Hood.
Hey.
No, and I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm joking with him.
No, I'm talking about on the panel. On the panel.
Yeah,
I noticed. I'm talking about that. But the thing I think we have in common is that we do kind of represent a sort of black pill for a lot of their conversations. And I think that is just emotionally heavy. Not a lot of people can deal with the weight of certain things, right? Because a lot of people really are having these like fantasyland conversations about the way things are, the direction things are going in. Like nobody's coming to save anybody, bro. Your black utopia dreams ain't happening in anybody's lifetime.
Hood, I think I remember you said something the other day. You were like, blacks date until they're at the game or some shit like that. You remember that about the 51-year-old man that was looking for a room?
You keep dating until you age out, bro. That's really what's happening.
Yeah. And the woman cheated on him and things like that. Like, like the community is so low tax, low trust, man. I don't think I've ever seen it this low. And I've been dealing with blacks for a very, very long time in business, so I'm very intimate with them, in terms of dealing with them, going in and out of their houses and stuff like that. But the trust is probably as low as I've ever seen it. I had a black girl and a black man arguing over an egg, one egg. She used the egg out of his carton. Now she had the egg to give him back, but that just wasn't sufficient. And I mean, there's some real deep things, very, very wrong.
Argued over an egg. An egg.
Yeah, she used. I guess their egg cartons looked alike, and she grabbed an egg from the wrong carton. Apparently, I guess it was his carton.
Egg. It's an egg.
I've never seen white people do this, and I rent to white people where they share refrigerators and things like that. I've never seen it. So it's just, maybe it's the economy. I don't know how much an egg costs. I don't eat eggs, but that's pretty low.
What?
Hey, you
There
telling me
was a story
that
just the
doesn't
other
register as
day.
niggerish behavior?
There was a story just the other day, bro. A woman shot another woman after some exchange where the woman held the door for her and she
Yeah,
didn't say thank you, and they had words, and the words led to gunplay.
yeah.
I think that woman dead.
I'm surprised.
I mean, arguing over an egg, that doesn't strike you as niggerish behavior? You think?
Oh,
Yeah,
definitely.
it's definitely niggerish, baby. But the bigger point is, like, these two blacks, she didn't eat his last egg. She had a perfect. And I asked her, I said, "Well, do you have an egg to give him back?" She said, "Yeah, but he mad that I ate his egg by mistake." I said, "Well, just give him an egg." Like, that wouldn't solve the problem. Like, the blacks got so much going on, man. So many problems that, every little area that is ripe for conflict, it just boils over, and I don't think other races, are dealing with, at least from my perspective, are dealing with this type of thing. I mean, these people can share a refrigerator, and on and on it goes. And, like, you go up on the panel.
No race is a monolith, respectfully.
I'm sorry?
No race is a monolith.
Well, but some races, I bet you every race has something that they pretty much all do in common or very similar. Blacks seem to be pretty good at infighting with each other, as an example.
I mean, we were saying earlier that other races have hierarchies and everything, right?
Class
There's a low
hierarchies.
end. Yes, exactly. So every race has that. So there's going to be, because they have those class hierarchies, there's going to be behaviors associated with those hierarchies. And I just think that black people, being human, follow on the same template, that they're just hierarchies. And
I think you're right, but I think at the same time, the very concept of having a race almost forces you to have sort of a what do you call it? Not a monolithic. You have to be monolithic in some capacity.
Yeah, to have power as a voting block.
Only when it comes to reparations, that's the only time y'all want to be a monolith.
we can have a general consensus, like when the Asians get together in general to get a policy enacted or something like that.
Don't blacks like going to black nightclubs?
I was really talking more about character.
Are you bored out, Hood? But we understand, especially like with white people, especially, we understand that there's different segments within white people, right? We understand that there's a country folk, then there's a white collar, then there's the hard rock, roughnecks, and all that good jazz and everything else. Mainly because they have a wider population in America.
Well, Europeans are feudalistic. Like, we come from kings, queens, nobles, peasants. That's basically what European culture is. Lords and stuff.
Well, no, I think the point I was trying to make, I'm switching over to Wi-Fi, I guess. But I was saying a second ago that I think the fact that we have race groupings there has to be something monolithic to it by nature because we're kind of making these big categorical groupings. So there has to be something in there that's also like a part of the categorical grouping. And then when it comes to like different races and ethnicities, people have their traits and whatnot. I was talking about the Asians and all. Like, not every Asian is a math whiz kid, but as a group, they've earned that reputation. And you can only earn a reputation through consistent behavior.
Well, I think from like seeing it from an outside point of view, what John was saying too, I think the best way to describe it is if your pro blackness is decided by, do you want to uplift black people to win, or do you want other groups like white people to fail more than you want to win? I think that's like the two most important questions. Like, do you want
right there?
Do you want white people to fail more than you want to win, or do you want black people to win and not worry about white people losing? I think that's like the last conclusion I can come to.
Well, let me ask you this question. Let me ask him, good. What if you knew you couldn't win, and you'd be left with destroying the white man?
Yeah, crabs in a bucket mentality.
Left with. And Hood, you heard that man.
I think Hood is not here.
Oh shit. Well, Hood,
I would say.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, I would say, what is your definition of winning?
Shit. Well, okay. Take out winning, competing. Do you think that I don't think the blacks can compete. I don't even think they compete with this. Everything I see, they're losing really badly there. Definitely not the white man. So you got what's left then? Tear them down. You know what I'm saying? I think that's
yeah.
You got to tear somebody down. You bring them down to your level. That's the only thing left.
I think that is the strategy of sorts too. Like if you're running a race, right, and everybody around you is naturally faster than you, then you trip them. And I think that's what black folk are at right now. They're no longer attempting to win a race. They just want to clip everybody else while they're running the race.
Yeah,
But is the race the only way to compete? Are there not other?
I think it is. I think life is the competition, and your group, your group dynamic, your group productivity is the race, I guess, if that's how you want to look at it. And so, for a lot of black folk, maybe they don't feel like they can actually compete directly. So this is why you need the DEIs and the welfares and all the gimme that's and all that, because there is a deep feeling of either I can't do it, or this is my favorite one, the game is rigged against me.
Mm.
But how though? See, the way I think is what about the game is it rigged against me, right? Like, so let's look at the rules.
Well, that's the cope.
Strategies.
Well, that's a cope, he's saying.
Yeah, it's more of a cope.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, what's the word I'm looking for? Like a smarter person or a more competitive person will look at the game. They'll look at the rules, like you had with the Patriots when they had Deflategate, right? He's like, oh, I misinterpreted the rules. You know, it's that kind of thing. Like that shows a level of competitiveness where you looking at the game, looking at the system and analyzing and see how can you, in what ways can you use the rules to make exploits and
do you watch football? Do you mention football? You watch football at all?
No, not sitting down watching the game, but I watch highlights and everything and analysis.
You watch analysis?
Yes, sir.
What do you think about some of these black coaches and black quarterbacks?
Black quarterbacks.
I'm talking about strictly in the NFL. I don't watch enough college to comment on.
Yeah, I don't watch college either, so I get what you're saying. So with black quarterbacks, I'm going to go with the analysis of Uncle Dave, the late great Uncle Dave, and say that one of their biggest hindrances in general is that they do not read the defense. And case in point was when Cam Newton was up against the Colts. All they had to do, Dave called it. All they had to do was just put him in the pocket to where he couldn't run, and that's what shut down their offense. So that is something that is a common hang up with black quarterbacks. Black coaches, I think they need to get off the whole blackity black thing. Like, I'm a black coach. Get off that. They don't rat on that as much and focus more on their merit.
Have you ever wondered why they don't have much success? A lot of the black coaches don't seem to have a lot of success.
I haven't heard any deep analysis.
You never paid attention. You just never noticed
around their merits.
Have you ever noticed it though? Like, didn't we have a coach who went 0-16? Yeah, the Jets coach is doing real bad. You know, most of the coaches winning that are white, no matter the players are 80% black. You never kind of put two and two together. Like, damn, hey, why is that? We can play, but we can't coach.
Well, I mean, like, hey, to be fair with the whole Aaron Glenn thing, the coach of the Jets, I think he's a competent dude. He's got a bad squad though. He's got a really bad squad.
Yeah, black quarterback.
Yeah, but Justin Fields was like, not really wanted by the team that he played well for last year. Man, he played well enough. They didn't want him again.
Why not? He played well enough, and they got rid of him for who? Who did they get rid of him for?
No, like the Steelers got old boy, Aaron Rodgers.
Mm-hmm. How old is Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, but even Aaron Rodgers at this advanced age is still a special quarterback though. He can still make enough of the throws. Mm-hmm. And he's cerebral. I mean, you may have to deal with the issues, the off-field stuff, like him going to retreats and all that, darkness retreats. But hey, man, if you can play the game, you can play the game.
What do you think the most important trait as a quarterback is to have?
In between the brains. That's why Tom Brady was so
you
good.
said the white man, Aaron. Oh, you got another white man you mentioned, Tom Brady too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, well, don't get me wrong though. There's been some quarterbacks that have been good in between the ears that happen to be black.
Name one.
Warren Moon.
How many Super Bowls they win?
Yeah, but it's a team game though.
How many?
Dan Marino is quote unquote probably a top 20 quarterback. He ain't got no Super Bowls.
I never thought much of Dan Marino. I wouldn't even include him in top 20.
No, but he I said top 20.
I never thought I don't think he's top 20 in my book, but yeah.
Oh wow, really? Okay.
I think he's hype. I think he's real hype. But okay, but that's just one. I mean, like, out of all the black quarterbacks, all the good ones, you said damn good. But
John, like, I'm not gonna necessarily go down.
By happenstance? Do you think that's just by happenstance?
I don't know.
Randall Cunningham.
Because like the same argument you make with these quarterbacks that I made with Reggie Bush, right? He was always the most talented kid, so they were always like, "Hey, go around the edge." You know what I'm saying?
Different. Reggie Bush is a running back. Like,
but like football intellect is football intellect though. So if he never developed the traits to run in between the tackles until like 3-4 years in the league, that's kind of the same thing. So like the black quarterbacks, they're like, "Hey, you're an athlete, go run."
No. See that? Now, I think the black quarterbacks, they don't have it up here, so they resort to going to run.
Well, part of that too.
They wouldn't be running.
Well, part of that too is the level of coaching, right? The level of coaching, like that they experience. So they're never forced to like really learn. So like, hey, guess what? Go be an athlete. Go be an athlete.
Hold on. So you say now they weren't forced to learn. Why they didn't force themselves?
Well, hey,
now you get the lack of initiative, right? Well, so you get the lack of initiative, right? You got 80% of the players, and they're just not able to play the quarterback position. The traits.
That's a lie. That's a lie, though.
Okay, well, okay.
So you got so some of the greatest quarterbacks in the game right now are all so-called black people. Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, even
Lamar Jackson. Come on,
yeah,
man.
Lamar Jackson he's broke most of those records at the stage of his career than the people.
They break a lot of records, right?
Without question.
You break records, but easy, bro. Michael
yeah,
B. spoke a lot
yeah,
about
yeah,
it.
but John,
Hold on. Let's reset because I didn't want to get too deep into the
Yeah,
sports
don't
ball.
worry.
Yeah,
It's
I don't
all
want to eat
And
it.
I get the
Ask a
point
question.
John was making. We don't
I
have to
don't think y'all get
argue
it.
all the way out to the end. But I wanted to get Izzy in here. What's going on, bro?
What's good, sir? What's good to the panel? What's good, John? How y'all doing, man? What's good,
Chilling.
everybody? Mr. O, Wall Street.
Yeah.
Baby. All that.
What brings you to the house today, Izzy? I mean, obviously the title is the title, so I'm just curious. You know,
Not the title, man. I peeked in on y'all. You know, I be peeking in. You know what I'm saying? And I'm curious, man. The way that y'all speak about so-called black people, whatever y'all call them, right? You speak on them as if it's not you or your sister or your brother or your father, or whatever the case may be. So you speak on it like you're outside of that. So I'm just curious as to what do you believe the benefit would be when those so-called white men, when your great white hope takes over everything, has everything to himself, and it's just you and your beloved white man. What do you think? What's the outcome for you?
let me let's take that. Let's grab that bull by the horns. One, I think if we accept your premise to a large degree, I don't think the white man wants it all to himself. And when he had the strength and numbers to enforce that, he never really went for that. So that's not a concern of mine. I don't expect things to happen in that regard. I do think the order and the structure that I'm looking for on a national level is a desirable thing. I think black folk could use a bit of order and structure in their living and whatnot. And then as far as just the way we speak, the words we use and whatnot, I think it's interesting that I can be somehow accused of going too far or talking about the group as if I am not of the group. When people want to talk about black men and what black men are doing, they don't worry about sounding like they are of the group. They don't worry about putting on these airs about, you know, having concerns and whatnot. They get right to the meat and the bone of it, and they cut deep, and nobody cares.
That's not true. You see me give pushback. Hold on real quick. You see me give pushback on that all day, every day, to the point where I'm accused of being aligned with you guys, right? So that's not true at all. Like if it's a woman and she's talking like you guys talk, or she's coming against us as so-called black men for whatever ignorant reasons, whatever ignorant stereotypes that they use, I have pushback against that.
Izzy, I asked you a straight up question on my panel one time. You knew the answer and you refused to answer it. And I don't understand what is it about blacks? And in this case, it was Trayvon Martin and the truth. You knew I'm assuming you knew the truth because you say you knew the truth. But the blacks have to live a lie. And you couldn't tell the truth. I clipped it. And I laugh at it every now and then. I play it. I'm like, that's blacks. They know the truth, but won't speak it. They'll swallow it and spout a lie. And you did that on my panel. And I'm curious to know, how do y'all do that?
Wait, first of all, how did I spout a lie if I didn't say anything? See, that's what I'm saying. That's a contradiction.
You did. Well, you offered an alternative answer that you knew was not the truth. And I said, you know that's not the truth. Why don't you tell me the real answer? You said, I'm not going to say it.
No, I didn't give you any answer.
I would love to get, you did. You said one possibility is that he was at work. That's well, you know that's not the answer, correct? And then but you knew the answer. So there is no two scenarios if you know the answer. If I say it's an answer X or Y, and you know if it's X, then you should not even play around with saying the answer is Y. But you did, and you knew that the answer was not Y. You may not know when the answer was X, but you knew it wasn't Y. But you said Y. And I'm curious to know, why do blacks have to keep expanding and pushing for the lie? With Trayvon Martin, when your child. Why did you even care so much?
So before I came up here, y'all weren't speaking at all about Trayvon Martin. I came up here to ask you guys a question directly. Hood Conservative answered it directly, and then you tried to turn it and flip it on me about
No, it's not about
conversation
you.
because I said there were
It's
two.
not
I
about
said
you.
I
It's
didn't
the
know.
fact that blacks
The
lie.
answer that I gave, I didn't lie because I said I didn't know. I said there were two.
Well, you said
There were two scenarios that they were claiming
right.
that was
And when
the
I
case
told
with
you
the
wasn't the
father.
other one,
And I said, well, what one of them was, and I said I didn't want to speak on the other one.
and why do you want to
But
speak on the other one?
because
Why do you do?
because it wasn't
Why
important
didn't
to
you
the
want?
conversation.
So why would you say one but not the other? Because the other one really looks bad. You make blacks look bad. You do know that, right? You know where he was, but you wouldn't say it. Right? So this
Hey,
is
John,
you know your blacks are down bad, and now you're hiding the truth, knowing what the truth was, right? Only to protect the lie.
Come on,
you protecting a lie. You
why you trying
protecting.
to gaslight me, man?
I'm not gaslighting you. We're talking about blacks, and the low down black behavior, and I'm saying that blacks live a whole damn lie, right? To protect their black behavior. Of blacks did something in this case. You don't even know Trayvon Martin. But blacks bought it hook, line, and sinker, and you still on the hook with it.
So me not speaking of me saying that I didn't want to speak on something I don't know for sure is me lying, number one, and then number two is me defending. I can't.
Well, hold on, guys. Izzy, you're gonna get the floor. Let me ask you a question. Can you try to explain this problem from your point of view? Because I'm not sure what's being said. So I'd like to see if you can approach it from your angle.
Should we play the clip?
Well, hold on. I want Izzy to speak for himself here because I'm a little bit behind the curve as to what's going on. There's something that happened between the two of y'all, so I want to see if Izzy can actually speak for himself a little bit.
So I went on John's show just to ask him a similar question that I'm asking today, right? Because I like John, right? I like you. I don't have no problem against y'all brothers, right? I'm just curious as to the way that y'all think of what's really your end goal, right? And so throughout the course of the conversation, John was giving me a decent amount of grace, and I appreciate that. At the same time, then out of nowhere, he asked me about Trayvon Martin and about his dad, and we somehow got on that topic.
What question did I ask you about the dad? Just tell him.
You asked me, I believe, and pardon me if I'm misspeaking.
Want me to tell him? I know it. I know. So you don't have to misspeak.
Brother.
So
I believe the question that you asked me was, do I know where Trayvon's dad was, or where they said Trayvon's dad was when this happened, when this whole thing happened?
The night he was murdered.
Something to that effect, right?
And do you know?
Yo, family. So
I'm go ahead, man.
You see this? You see,
Sorry, go ahead, man.
See, this is the problem, right? And maybe it's because of the people that y'all around. Y'all are used to dealing with people with inferior intellects. And the black people that I'm around are not inferior intellectual people. They are people who are well-versed, well-studied, well-learned people. They are people who are financially stable, financially free, and they do their thing. So maybe you should get around some black people that have some business about themselves, and then you won't have to degrade and lie and make it seem like all so-called black people are a particular type of way, which is less than. Because it's amazing to me that you separate yourself and make it seem as if you are a upper echelon black, however you want to speak about it. At the same time, everybody else is down bad, but you, like, that's amazing to me. And generally speaking, we see water seeks its own level, and we see.
You want to get back to the question? Come on, get to the question.
See what we are.
Come on,
no, I don't have a question. I was trying to answer hood service.
Well, John, let me
continue to try to gaslight me.
Let me step in here for a second because I don't want to take this too far off of what was being talked about broadly, which is copyright strike, solutions-based gang. That's the title of the show, and I think, all right, I was not going to drag you. I'm not going to drag you into this. This is not you. It has no bearing on you. I don't expect you to have a care about it per se, but you're bringing up behaviors that is exactly what goes on the solution-based gang channel. And so it's like the attitude that comes from that whole crowd is, I'm the golden man, I've done it all, you should do as I do and be like me, when nobody's the one, bro. And the thing is, like, all somebody like me does is offer the obvious, simple criticisms. And whether it becomes about black women or black people on the whole, people get really emotionally attached to whatever position they're holding on to. And when you tell them that they're wrong, you try to prove to them that they're wrong, you show them evidence that they're wrong, you make a nice, logically linked argument, you link every piece of your chain properly. All they do is get mad at you and say you're trying to be like the white man. Whether you're talking about race or women, it's ironic how both of those will get you called a white man.
Well, I never referred to you brothers as white men. What I said
Well,
was, hold on real quick.
well, remember,
Wow.
No, let us respond. I'm gonna let
yeah. Go ahead.
I never referred to you brothers as white men at all. What I said was, when the white man wins and you get your position beside the white man, then what is the end goal? That's what I asked you. And what do you see as an outcome? So I never referred to you gentlemen as white men. As a matter of fact, I stated the contrary. I recognize and realize that a lot of your attributes and the things that you show online would be in line with the niggas that you talk about every day, quite ironically.
Well, what do you mean specifically when you say that?
Well, especially John Goat. John Goat sits and he smokes drugs online. You know what I'm saying? He smokes his reefer and his reefer papers.
I swear to God, I've seen that nigga smoke a Black and Mild.
No, he be smoking reefers and his reefer papers. He drinks his little cord. He drinks.
And these niggas fuck up. I put their black ass. I've been putting black ass niggas.
Right. He engages in a lot of so-called niggerish behavior. Now
I'm a nigga.
Conservative. You do a lot of the things that you get mad that other people do with you, right? You're being very gracious today, and I appreciate it. At the same time, you'll turn up on people, try to cut people off, stop people from saying certain things, and quite frankly, John and I, myself, and other people, we are on camera. You're never on camera, so we can't see the other things that you have going on that probably.
Well, I smoke and drink every show. It's not even a secret.
So you smoke and drink as well,
along with me, and I never made an issue about
that's
people.
Quite ironic.
I don't know why that alone is nigga behavior. I mean, I'm a nigga,
but that's part of the thing that John says is nigga behavior. These niggas smoke drugs and drink alcohol.
Why can't I know better though? Why can't I know better?
Hold on. You've never heard me say that. You've never seen this is what you blacks. You've never heard it. Go back and comment because because come on, bro. The whole world. Listen, I've been all over the world. The whole world drinks. The whole world smokes something, right? Everywhere you go, you can find hookahs, hash, shisha, whatever. Right? My tenant down in the basement right now, he Moroccan. He smoke weed, so I ain't got nothing against it. You can't say I said that. What I'm saying is that I see blacks hang around drunk all day and they're not doing anything. Right? You can't do that. You can't hang around drunk and high all day. Right? There's a big difference. Now you blacks seem to make a distinction. That's what I'm saying. But I've never said that, right? And I don't do that. I've shown myself cleaning up after filthy ass niggers that people like you wouldn't even dare get your hands dirty clean up after these nasty ass niggas. So I'm a different nigga.
Let me jump in here real quick.
Let me jump
in here real quick.
I want to follow up after you, American man. You got it.
So I got a quick question, right? Even if a few black men or a few black women want to separate themselves from the monolith, I don't get why that bothers the majority of the monolithic class. If they want to separate themselves, so what? Why is it such a big deal to come and draw black men or black women back in who feel the need to separate themselves from the monolithic class? I don't understand that.
Is that question to me?
Yeah.
Okay, so shout out to you. I don't have a problem with whatever anyone wants to do. At the same time, I associate with Hood Conservative. Sometimes I associate with John Gold. Sometimes, and like I said, I like those brothers. But I'm just curious because it's not the separation for me. It's the disrespect to everybody else. So I don't think like Hood Conservative exactly or like John Galt exactly. And I damn sure don't think like Sharon exactly, right? So Sharon, whatever y'all want to call him, right? I don't think like him exactly either. So we're absolutely not a monolith. At the same time, I don't feel the need to degrade everyone else just because I have a particular point of view or perspective. So I'm just curious as why the concerted effort to degrade and denigrate everybody else because of their skin color. That makes no sense to me.
Wait, did everybody on this panel do this degradation that you're speaking to?
Hold
I
on.
think no. I spoke
It
specifically to
gotta
Hood.
be
No.
one at a time.
No,
Let
the
him
answer is no.
respond, bro.
Wait, the answer is no. I was speaking specifically to John Gold and Hood Servative, and that's who I named. I named John Gold and Hood Servative because I have somewhat of a rapport with both of these brothers.
But
And
there
I
is,
asked
you
them a
can't
question.
say I denigrate them because
Hold
they've
on.
been.
Don't just cut in. I wanted American Man to get his retort because they were having a moment.
So my thing is, right, okay, so if there is a degradation of the monolithic group, do you take exception to when the monolithic group degrades black conservatives? Because we're all black, right? Because I never hear any black person telling anyone from the monolithic group about degrading black conservatives.
Well, maybe you should tune in more because I absolutely do. Maybe you should tune in more. I absolutely do. And Hood Servative will tell you, if he's being honest, that I probably would lean closer to a conservative perspective than any other perspective. There's been at least 2 occasions recently where Hood Servative said, "Damn, is you more like me than you want to admit. You almost just like me. You almost there." So
that has happened.
So I absolutely do speak up for black conservatives as well.
But you are not the monolith, so you're just the one guy, like less than 1% of the wave. So you can't be the official picture of it.
Yeah, Hood. I mean, it's almost like you're getting sucked into the big black mass that it is part of that monolith. You know, I've engaged with you a couple of times, and my general take from you is you come trying to defend the blacks. That's whenever I talk to you, you do your first. Why do you talk about the blacks like this? But I'm showing you their behavior, and I'm talking about it. But I don't just get up here and just talk about it, play some news clips. I show you how the blacks actually live in my houses. That's all I talk about. And well, that's largely what I talk about. And I think it probably hurts your feelings. You would love me to not show it. I broke down and beamed down the blacks, or even if you're not one of them. Who the hell wants to see that? Who the hell wants to see a member of their group or a representative of their group being shown like that? I can understand it. But you can't defend it. They're gonna have to defend themselves.
No, but
really
I'm not a defender of anybody, right?
But I'm saying every time you come to me, you've come to me like you're defending blacks.
No, but I'm not. That's your misinterpretation.
But the questions you ask me, why do you show the blacks this way?
I didn't say that. That's not what I said.
But you say it's some. You why do you present this? Why do you talk about blacks this way? But you never said, "Damn, John might got a point," because blacks mess up a lot of things.
You don't have a point.
Because you're
speaking about.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. You used to live in Brooklyn, where I lived, and you know the blacks were down bad in Brooklyn. Where I lived.
John, give him room to respond. You can't talk over each other.
Right. That's easy to do, though, and this is the problem, right? So again, maybe you should upgrade the quality of so-called black people that you're around, John. The problem is that you make it seem as if all black people fit into that particular category to which you speak, which we know that they don't. And so it's a clear misrepresentation and a flat out lie, right? Bottom line. So you could say all day, every day, and I never have a problem with you speaking on your tenets. I never tell you, even though I think it's disgusting, but I never tell you to not do the shit that you do as far as exposing these people to their conversations and you're going to put them out and this, that, and what they did to your place. That's your business, right?
Can I ask you a question?
Hold on real quick.
I want you to go, but I want to ask you a question, then let you go. Do you think some of my tenant behavior is disgusting? Because you didn't mention them.
Tenant behavior has absolutely nothing to do with me. So yes, if a person and we've discussed this when you asked me, and I've already answered you. I said, yo, it's disgusting. If I was renting from you, guess what? I would make sure that the place that I live was in a better condition than I got it in, because I have to live there, right? And the people that I know, that's how they operate. They're going to take care of the stuff, no matter if they're renting it, no matter if they're leasing it. It doesn't matter because they have to live there. So they're going to make it as optimal as possible for themselves and for their family.
Izzy, I have a clip from a 30-something-year-old black, I think she's 40.
Here
Black
we go.
woman.
See that conservative?
Let me finish. And she said, I would never rent to a black person again. She said, I would never rent to a black person again. It's not just me, brother. Like, if I go away, there's still a lot of other landlords who see and feel much worse about these blacks and don't want to rent to them. Some of my friends, like, you're not just fighting me, bro. Like,
just yesterday, John.
Also Airbnb.
When I was playing I usually play a bunch of videos when I do this thing, and one of the videos I played was a woman sitting in her car. I think Anton Daniels is he's got that video now as one of his videos, but he's commenting on this woman sitting in her car talking about her experience at like an amusement park. And because of how the little black girls were acting at the amusement park, the title of her video is "My Son Is Not Going to Date Black Women," right? It's out of the bag. You can't put that all on me or John or any one guy anymore. It's bigger than me. This shit bigger than Nino Brown, bro. Now, the question I want to lay out to you, Izzy, directly, because that's not a
colloquial reference.
It is. But because it's true though, this shit ain't got nothing to do with me. She see what she sees. She not saying that shit because of the manosphere, bro.
I don't even know who you're even talking about. I'm speaking to you, who I know of,
I get it.
and I'm familiar with, and I'm speaking to John, who I know of, and I'm familiar with.
I'm pointing out
that all
bigger
clearly said. See, I don't know why John wants to continue to talk over me because my articulation must be agitating his Negro sensitivity.
It is excellent articulation, by the way.
Thank
But
you quite.
I wanted to ask you a question. You said something a little while ago in regards to like my behavior on panels. Like I turn up. You said I try to stop people from talking, which how can I do that on somebody else's panel when I don't have control over anything? That's one question. I have another.
Okay, so the answer is because a person doesn't have any control over anything does not mean that they don't try to establish control. So and I believe this is something that you ran into earlier where because PH Diva might have spoken over you, which, you know, hey, bravo, kudos, good job. I wish you would have kept doing it. However, you in turn began to do the same thing that you were accusing her of. So that's a prime example. But hey, listen, I'm not mad at you. I wish you would have did more. Actually.
Are you saying
aren't you doing the same thing by coming in and addressing Hood specifically?
One at a time. No, because Izzy doing great. I don't think he's out of bounds at all yet. But I want to keep it one at a time.
Wait. But see,
Izzy, wait. One at a time. We got to focus. Let's not.
Okay, I'm gonna focus on you. But don't you come over and check me? Don't you come over there and mess with me all the time? Like and say whatever you saying about what I'm saying or how I think or whatever I'm going over. I
think you and I have a rapport that we can throw jabs at each other, and I'm not going to get off the computer and feel personally like attacked by you. Even though, listen, this is what I was going to bring up as the second part of the conversation. Now, there was a moment, Izzy, because I try to be magnanimous and generous when you're in my house because I have full control. If I let a nigga go wild, it's because I want it for the moment. And then I end it and we move on, right? But I try to operate control to some degree here. Because like we said earlier, everything you see up on the screen is a series of my decision making. Now, when I'm on your panel, the last time you and I actually really got into it at all, it wasn't because I was doing anything out of pocket, which is usually how it happens. So it's not just you. I'm making a simple point about the state of reality, the things that happen between men and women, men's relationship to the government, women's relationship to the government. And you, just like what happened earlier, instead of attacking the argument, you decide to call me, oh, well, you're not a man. You ain't this, you ain't shit, you this, you that. And it's like, bro, just because I point out how the government actually treats men, the immediate reaction I get from you is you're not a man. And now the question I have to you is,
wait, come on. In this conversation, are you?
No, I'm talking about the last time you and I got into it. I didn't even go on after that and make a big deal, but no, this like two or 3 weeks ago, maybe. It was a couple weeks ago.
You have your people crossed up. It was way longer than 2-3
Yeah,
weeks.
it was about a month ago.
It was way more than a month
4
ago.
weeks is a month. But either way,
Way
you're
more than a
starting to
month ago.
remember. You're starting to remember the interaction. Either it was hot outside.
But it wasn't right. But it was the interaction that you speak of wasn't because of your viewpoint or your standpoint. It was because of the things that you were saying to me directly and the assertions that you were making about me. That's
If
what it was.
you go back and you play that, because I listened to it over again just to make sure I wasn't tripping. Because I do that. I run the game tape because sometimes I like to know if I'm crazy or not. And all I was doing was explaining the realities between men, government, and women. And you immediately went off with calling me a bitch ass nigga. You ain't a man, da 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 da. And my whole question to you now is, when people behave in that way, how do you then in turn expect them to observe some type of unwritten rules about decorum?
Conservative, man. I believe that you're being extremely, at this particular point in juncture, I believe that you're being particularly disingenuous and not really totally honest with what actually transpired. I think that it's poor taste and unfair because neither one of us have the footage in front of us to be able to go over that. So if you don't mind, because it's been a while ago and I've had a lot of things happen, which I'm sure you have as well. If we could stick to the topic that we're speaking about right now. I came up here to speak about what you all were speaking about and then to ask you all a question based on what you said today, right now. I'm not speaking about the past. I'm not speaking about last week. I'm speaking about today, what I just heard you gentlemen say.
Well, the whole conversation started out with the copyright strike, which is we were arguing over the necessity of it and the emotionality of it. And that turned into a commentary about just the nature of how Black people relate to each other. Because I do think it is sort of ironic that a person who would kind of pride themselves on how they behave and how they're masculine and putting themselves as a paragon of whatever would then turn around and do the pettiest thing that could only be to hurt another bro. And so now it becomes a hypocrisy thing. Like, why pretend you're so good when you're just another nigga like everybody else, bro?
The nigga veneer.
Well, listen, I would have to.
Dang.
Well, hold on. I would have to concur. Are you speaking about Sharon in this particular case? I would have to concur. I've addressed
Definitely,
that.
yeah.
I've addressed that with him specifically multiple times. I don't think that he is the epitome nor the
epitome, but yeah,
epitome of masculinity at all, or manhood, or nor is he anything that anybody should aspire to be. I tell him that all the time.
Yeah, facts uncut. We all fall short, you know. Even in my roasting, when I get up on my high horse and I be roasting the fuck out of whoever, I am open to being roasted in return, bro. I'm not gonna catch feelings about this shit because who perfect? You might catch me doing something crazy one day. Have your jokes. It is what it is.
Yeah, like wait. Can I speak to that real quick? Like, we all fall short. That is one thing, right? Like, not being perfect is to be human, right? But to purposely do things that are like anti whatever you're saying or whatever, and be like, you know, just not even try damn near, that's not falling short. That's something else.
You know, Chocolate, I think that is one of the nicest things a woman has ever said about me. I'm petty, but I'm righteous. God damn it.
I'm still in that. I'm still in that.
That's gonna be my ugly Christmas sweater, bro. I need that. I'm petty, but I'm righteous, though.
Yeah, shout out to Bunny. I'm still in that. I may or may not give her credit.
Freeze on asks, Hood, do you understand your part in how you got here, right? It's all part of the game. Well, it's all part of the game thing. I totally respect that. Listen, I understand the rough and tumble of the game, as it were. So I'm not gonna be a little hoe.
Great night.
All right, bro. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, have a good one.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be a little hoe about it. We're gonna deal with it through the proper channels and all of that shit. But in the meantime, lucky I have this backup channel, like, so I can still talk shit. Did you think giving me a content strike was gonna give you 7 days of me not reminding everybody that you're a professional bussy stretcher? You
But wait a
learned
minute.
ancient bussy stretching techniques from a yogi on top of a mountain, and now you want to share that shit with the world and call it the epitome of masculinity? Did you think you were going to shut me up for 7 days? I might do 7 days starting out with Sharon stretching his bussy. I might make DJ Witch Doctor might have to private that stream, because every time I fire up, I'm going to find that moment and I'm going to replay it, and then we're going to do the real content.
So this is your backup channel?
This is my original channel. I got like 5,000 subs over here. I was building this channel, but YouTube wouldn't ever let me monetize it, bro. Listen, I get hated on from so many levels, bro, and I just keep grinding. That's all I ever do. I'm like the little ant, bro. I just keep grinding away, waiting for winter.
I thought you were monetized. I don't know why I thought you monetized.
Well, he's on his other
I have
channel.
a backup channel. You see, I have a strike on that channel. That channel was strike. So I have a fresh 7 days to burn through on that channel. Plus, we're working through the whole, you see, if I'm fighting it. I actually have put up a defense, so we'll see how that goes on my behalf. But either way, it looks like I'm on ice for 7 days, and I gotta fall back to the original. Yeah. So shout out to the original, man. This is why you never forget your home, bro. It all started right here.
Hey, shout out to that. And listen, I don't have any issue with whatever issue that you have with what's going on. I really didn't come up. I didn't hear the original. I know what the topic overall was, but when I peeked in, like I said, I peeked in on some of the comments that yourself and John was making and talking about the blats this and the blats that and the blats that. And I was just curious as to how or why when you all speak about it, you speak about it as if you or your family members, and I'm not talking about your mamas, right, belong to that particular
well, you know what? You know what? It came up a little bit organically. Like when I explained it before, that's literally what happened. We were talking about the one thing and then stretched it out to how Black people treat each other. But let me just give it to you and everybody in case you're coming.
Hold on, Hood. You see how y'all speak about it as if
I'm making a point.
Included. I'm just.
You're right. You are right. I'm not denying that. I'm making a point and I'm building up to it, and I will address it directly. Just let me do this. Let me do my dance for 1 minute. But the thing is, earlier today, I'm doing my own live stream and I'm doing content, other stuff. And then Sharon was already on doing his show. At a certain point, I got on my phone and joined Sharon's panel. And then while I'm on my laptop with that live stream going on, I'm now covering my interaction on his panel. So his panel is on my channel on my live stream while I'm actually on my cell phone on his panel, right? So the whole time that's happening, it's just regular. Everybody hates me, back and forth like always. So this one particular woman comes up. She just immediately goes at me. She hates me. She mad, frustrated. So now Sharon don't let me defend myself with this woman. She talking to me crazy. He keep muting me. He keep dropping me. Eventually, he just totally dropped me from the panel. No explanation, no reason, just drop me. Boop. Normally, when you get a super chat or whatever, somebody pay to buy you out, you announce it, you read it out, you tell them about their time and all that. None of that. So now I'm like, all right, that was weird. He just dropped me in the back. And then after I'm in the back, somebody in his chat point out, well, he live streaming on your show right now. And so from there, it went to, let me give this nigga a channel strike. And so that's how we got to this whole point. He took something personal. He was mad at me about whatever. He don't like me talking to his girls. He didn't like that I pointed out that his friend was a lonely bitch and she's the fucking captain of the lonely woman epidemic. And that shit made him mad at me. Niggas wanted to defend all these angry lonely women, but then when I got something to say, they want to drop me. And so this is why I have to do my own running commentary on my own channel too sometimes. It helps to do it.
In a nutshell, it's Hoes Mad. Mr.
We actually
which was classic. Hey, which was classic. Please play that again for the people.
Hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad.
This is about targeting women of color in the United States of America. Don't tell me because I didn't get a single apology.
Time has expired.
My life was threatened. Thank you.
Hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad.
Now, is to address that last point that you brought up about we talk about these people as if they are not of us, right? Yes. Your boy Sharon, his entire shtick is to talk about Black men as if he is the one Black man that ever made good. As
You're
if
right about
he's
that.
the one black man that ever married, and not to mention, there's the whole interracial
Baby
piece,
mamas.
which is
But he has
I
two
don't.
baby mamas as well.
Of course, bro. And you know what? I'm always too kind to do that to a nigga because who am I to shit on a nigga for having baby mamas, right?
Right.
So I get that. But it's this holier than thou bullshit. And then you act as if we're supposed to respect your false priesthood, bro. You are not a saint. You are not a priest. You're not even holy. You a nigga from Brooklyn.
Hey,
I think what bothers me more than anything is, when I see you come up and you like, but all of us ain't that way. And I'm like, do the blacks now understand that they are all where they are because so many of them are so bad and very destructive. Somebody eating something in the background. But like, it doesn't have to be all. Like, if you can't look at what I talk about and not look at the other blacks, the ones I'm talking about, see, you focus on me, but you don't ever focus on their, it doesn't seem to me, this is what I'm saying. To me, it doesn't seem you ever focus on their behavior. You would love for me to maybe not criticize the blacks, but you don't put a lot of emphasis on, damn, John, just showing these nasty blacks. What is wrong with us that we can't
See, therein lies the problem. It's not us, and that's the problem,
Well, who
sir.
is it? Who's putting the trash down on Martin Luther King Avenue?
Those particular people that would rent from you, a slumlord of sorts, that would remain in your domicile for whatever penance that they pay per week to say, hold on,
let me ask you this question. No, let me ask you this question. No, you call me a slumlord, that's fine, right? And see, I don't take offense to it. But why do the blacks, why are they so fucked up that they got to rent from me? You ever thought about that? Like, there's many other landlords. Why they come to me?
Yo, sir,
the
that's not
slums
the
are
point.
part of the ecosystem.
Oh, yeah, they are, but that's what I'm saying. But that's not of my ilk or of me. So the point is that if you hold yourself to a higher standard, believe it or not, I hold you to a higher standard too. I think more of you than that. So
Well, let me
hold on, wait. But when you keep trying to say us and keep trying to make it about us, it's not us. And that's the problem that I have with what you're saying. You paint a broad stroke with a broad brush and make it seem like it's all black people. And it's not. It's not even most black people. It's the black people that you're around that rent from you. And they are doing terrible and they need to do better. Do you think
is it just the people that rent from me? What about the people around the corner on Martin Luther King that beat up one of my tenants, the 50-year-old man that beat up my 22-year-old tenant? Do you have a problem with him? Who's worse, me or him?
So to answer your question, he would be worse. Now,
He'd be worse. Now,
no, but you can't see. That's what I'm saying. I answered your question, so allow me to elaborate a little bit on the answer. So, quite frankly, though, most black people don't even live on Martin Luther King Boulevard. There's a select group of people who live on Martin Luther. Most blacks know better than to even go on Martin Luther King Boulevard because of how dangerous it is. Come on, man. We all know that stuff.
Now, who makes Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard dangerous?
The white people that put the black people there.
That was a great segue. I don't know if you were reading the screen or not, but let's actually address this issue because I think it's a fair point of conversation. If you're going to use the attack that John and I, or maybe anybody in this group here, we speak too harshly about black people as if we are not of the group. I do think it's a fair question when Snowman, definitely not of this group, he points out when black people talk about white people, they don't really care about separating the good from the bad. They don't get into percentages and what all that. They just look at white people evil. And the greatest example of that is white supremacy or systemic oppression. You have made them either genetically or systemically evil.
Who is me? You speaking of me?
I'm not calling you a person who believes in white supremacy in your heart, but what I'm saying is that is the general tone of the black conversation.
But see, this is what I'm saying, right? Because I'm on record, and one of my good friends who happens to be a white man has been on my channel from the beginning and has hung up. I have many white, very good friends. Some are very prominent. So
you teach me all my life that the white man is the devil? Come on, you teach me my whole life that the white man is the devil. Now you tell me it's all right for him to come among us.
Come on, brother. Like, that's crazy. Like, again, I believe in judging people off of how they behave, how they act, and how they treat me. Period. No matter what skin color they are, no matter what complexion, no matter what so-called race they belong to. So at the end of the day, these are false equivalencies and bad arguments because again, I haven't said one. I joked. It was a joke. I laughed immediately after when I said the white men that put them there. I was playing.
I know, and I get that. I get that.
talk like
I'm not trying to hold your feet over the fire in that way because I immediately said I'm not accusing you of believing in white supremacy, right? But what I'm asking you is to acknowledge that while you may not operate like that, this is the tone and has been the tone for a long time.
You teach me all my life that the white man is the devil? You teach me my whole life that the white man is the devil. Now you tell me it's all right for him to come among us.
Like the white man being the devil may have started in the NOI, but it's a commonly held belief. You don't have to be a bow tie nigga with a bean pie to believe the white man is the devil. A lot of black folk, I'm not going to say most, but a surprisingly large amount of black folk feel some type of way about white people in general. And the point I brought up is black folk don't bother to be delineating and separating. They just point at the target and shoot. That's who I don't like.
I think that's inaccurate, especially in modern times. I think more, especially younger people are more, are more likely to associate with all different colors of people and races. Like if you watch most young people, they have white people in their friend group, Hispanic people in their friend group, Asian people in their friend group. They're a multicultural bunch, especially children. I mean, kids under the age of 30, they got all kinds of friends, and they don't just belong to one particular group. So while that would have been the case probably 20, 30 years ago, I can't say that that's the case, especially in the so-called black communities now. Shit. I swear to God, most even the bonnet wearing girls that be driving around my city, they be bumping all so-called white music. Like it's crazy. So
can we get back to the question? You said the white people, I know you say you be tongue in cheek, but can we at least get you on record to say it's the blacks that destroyed in Martin Luther King Jr. neighborhood? Can you at least say that?
Black people on the Martin Luther King Boulevard.
Wherever it is, it's bad everywhere.
The black people on Martin Luther King Boulevard destroyed it and made it into the reputation that it had.
Gotcha.
And on that particular boulevard, does that include or mean that all so-called black people are that way? No, it does not.
Would you agree that all Martin Luther Kings are bad? Damn near everywhere.
I don't know. Come on, family.
No, you don't know all of them, but it's a reputation.
Hold on, that's
the
the
reputation. Bad. Okay, the reputation is bad.
See, this is what you do. That's the reputation. But I'm not ignorant enough. And see, this is what I'm saying. I have more respect for you than for you to be making these sweeping generalizations of places that you haven't even been or you don't even know. Have you been to all Martin Luther King boulevards in the country?
That's why I got a question. But the reputation, though, that's what I wanted you to focus on, because you don't have to go to all, but you know the reputation. That if you're in Little Rock, Arkansas, or if you're in Kansas City, Missouri,
isn't it the reputation of the Divine Nine that they have a certain type of attribute and they are boule or they are bougie type people? Isn't that a reputation as well? The Jack and Jill crowd or they're socially elite, isn't that a reputation as well?
Yeah, it's a little more broad than a street.
See, this is the bullshit that I'm talking about.
You just went to a broad.
Wait. Martin Luther King is not broad. What are you? See, this is what I'm saying. This is the dishonesty.
Let
me get in.
Go ahead, ask me what you want to ask me, bro.
Let me get in. So early in the conversation.
Damn, right
here. You just slowly stepped over him. Hold on. Let True Hype get his question. You can come in right next, Mister. I'm gonna hold it for you. But he had a question. I know Izzy and John got like, I guess, a little bit of back and forth or whatever. So that's whatever. But like in these conversations, generally, whenever we're having these conversations, unless we say all, doesn't it just mean like either in general or something else that's not all? Izzy specifically?
Not when John says it, and I'm familiar enough with him to understand his talking point and how he presents it. Because again, I just showed it in a very tongue-in-cheek way again when I mentioned the Divine Nine and Jack and Jill crowd, which we all know, if you are an affluent black person, you understand what that's about and you understand how they generally operate. But he would say, no, that's too broad, which is dishonest.
I don't know enough about them.
Right.
To be
So
honest.
that's what I'm saying.
I
So
don't
you,
know.
so John,
But,
this is the
but
problem.
everybody in America knows. Everybody in America knows. Izzy, come on now.
John, the problem is you
Izzy, if you find yourself on Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue, right? It's widely known you're probably in a bad neighborhood.
Yo,
that doesn't mean every one of them.
But this
that
is the
means
problem.
but would you say that's fair? The reputation?
No.
Okay,
What I would say is the problem is you have to broaden your horizons because apparently, if you don't know about the Divine Nine, if you don't know about the Jack and Jill crowd, if you don't know about the so-called black bourgeoisie, if you don't understand that there's affluent black folks who would regurgitate or say your same sentiment but in a different way, then you don't understand so-called black people. There are many different classes and classifications of so-called black people. While we say that we act like we're a monolith, no the hell we don't. No, we don't.
Hey, Uncle Jeff, real quick, if you got a minute, I wouldn't mind listening to your voice on this conversation because I don't want Izzy to have his back to the wall by himself. I know what it's like to be, fighting off a mob and you got to put your back to the wall. And I don't necessarily want him to be alone in this conversation. But if you got a minute, Jeff, I would appreciate you.
I ain't fighting you, bro. Like, I just find it hard to believe that you can't even admit that most Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue are bad streets. I mean, shit. What did it hurt you to admit that?
See, that's what it hurt you? Because I told. See, this is again.
Give me 45, nigga. Oh my god.
He said, but hold on. But this is what I'm saying, Hood, and I'm sure that you could recognize this as being an intellectual person, right? This is intellectually dishonest, fam. Because I answered the brother. I said, as far as I know, the reputations of Martin Luther King Boulevards are the way that he says. At the same time, I cannot be arrogant or ignorant to say I know all Martin Luther King Boulevards. I answer them directly and honestly. Wait, hold on, stop for a second, stop, bro. Because then when I asked you about the Jack and Jill crowd, when I asked you about the so-called black bourgeoisie, you said I'm being very general, which is a very specific. Those are very specific groups.
Izzy, help me out here. When you brought those crowds up, elaborate a little bit on why you bringing that up, because I'm a little bit lost as to what you were doing.
I didn't know. I was confused.
Yo, the point that I'm making is there are black people of excellence here in America. A lot of them. There are black people of prominence here in America. We are not just what the degraded. We are not just the poor and financially destitute. We are not just the hood boogers or the people who are living low. That's not the total sum of so-called black people. And so I'm giving an example of people who look like us, who have a different standard and wouldn't even consider even going nowhere near the place that John is talking about, much less where John rents to people.
I think all that being true, no reason to disavow any of the reality of the Jack and Jill, the Divine Nine, the Boule. I think the problem that we're having is there seems to be a disingenuousness even among that crowd, right? So like Chocolate Bunny mentions Roland Martin in the chat, right? And when you get this Divine Nine, Jack and Jill crowd, if I use Roland Martin for an example, that's why he's always dancing up in the top right corner on the show. He's our favorite mascot here. The Divine Nine, Boule, Jack and Jill crowd, you know what they do? As far as the rest of Black America is concerned, they sell them oppression. They get on television and they tell them that the reason why you black folk don't live like my Divine Nine, Boule, big ass is because the white man is keeping you down.
That's right.
Can I go ahead.
Meanwhile, Roland Martin was supposed to be Hillary Clinton's press secretary. If some upstart didn't, take her birthright away from him. So he's willing to work with them on one regard. That's cool.
I'm not at all. I'm not in any way, shape, form. I don't even like Roland Martin at all.
Hey,
I'm
hey,
not.
Hood.
Hold on,
I'm sorry.
man.
I'm sorry.
Hold
Go
on.
ahead. Yes, sir. Go
I'm
ahead.
not. I want to be clear. I in no way, shape, form, or fashion endorse Roland Martin or anything that nigga says. I do not like Roland Martin, bro. So this is what I'm saying, though. So you take one person out of the people that I've mentioned, and then you use that as a catalyst for your argument, which I'm trying to tell you that at the end of the day, I don't even like Roland Martin. Like this liberal minded people, I don't agree with any of them. This
Well, who
whole
do you
liberal
think is
mindset and
doing-
liberal standpoint or whatever the case may be, I'm not with none of that shit.
But now listen, what do you think the Boule are though?
No,
so
but
when
that's
you
not
bring,
what
hold
I'm
on,
saying.
I'm gonna tie it together for you because you are right. I did use Roland Martin to tie this whole argument together, but it's not unfounded. He's an honest flagship representative of what they are and what they do. As a group, they get on television. It's not just Roland, it's any of them because there's a whole network of these niggas. They run programs and they operate little offices, and their whole job is to help a nigga out and all that bullshit. And
which is a lie.
They
It's a
sell,
grift.
but they sell to black people the fact that they are oppressed by the white man. Meanwhile, you made it, you figured it out, you understand the
you accused
behaviors
me
and
of,
the
though?
patterns of behavior that you have to hold on to. And so instead of talking that, they sell oppression. And this isn't just about Roland, this is the entire class of people.
I
And so
get
when you
it, but
talk about that MLK, I am saying that instead of blaming the MLK on the white people that put him there, I blame the MLK on the Divine Nine people who its very job is, if we're supposed to have a black upper class, a black elite, the noblesse oblige and all that shit, then it's your job to lead the black folk and say that behavior is unacceptable. We're not supposed to have to look to the white man as the only examples of why you shouldn't do shit like that.
And that's a fact, right? I agree with everything that you said. The only issue is, what have you accused me of selling, bro?
I'm not accusing you of
No,
selling anything.
not in
You
this
brought up
particular.
them.
Hold on,
Well,
real quick.
I'll
Hold
respond.
on.
I got something
No,
you
hold
accuse
on,
yourself
real
of.
quick.
Okay,
Hold
hold on. Get out, Izzy. What are you asking me?
I'm asking you specifically. I'm not talking about in this particular conversation. I'm talking about in the past. Think about the conversation that you had with me. What have you continuously accused me of trying to sell?
Romance, being romantic or something?
And hope, right?
Hope, okay.
Yes, right. So that would go directly against what those other people stand for. So at the end of the day, I could agree with what you're saying, but I do know that there is a large percentage of people who are in those groups that identify with a lot of things that John is saying, but they have a different way of operating in that. So at the end of the day, they are not necessarily for black people. I was just saying that there are people that look like us that do have a spirit of excellence, that are not just gutter snipe people, that are not just poor and disenfranchised people. That's all, the only point that I was making. I'm not saying I agree with their ideology. I'm not saying I agree with their philosophy or viewpoints. I don't.
And the thing I would respond to you back about that is it like that's a self-selected group, if you understand statistics. On Martin Luther King, I mean, those are just the people that's just there, right? They ride through or they live there. One is probably much more representative of who your overall group is than some elite Divine Nine self-selected group. The bulk of Black America looks like Martin Luther King, not the Divine Nine. That's a very small percentage. And I think you want to train your eye on the Divine Nine. But in reality, most of us live on Martin Luther King or around Martin Luther King.
That's a fucking lie from the pits of hell. Do you live? Yo, all of y'all are black up here. Yo, Wall Street. Yo, I'm sorry. Is that my brother? Do any of y'all live on Martin Luther King besides goddamn?
I'm talking about metaphorically. I'm saying metaphorically, right?
I know you said you grew up in Red Hook, but beside that, for when you was an adult, so let's talk about us as an adult, because I was broke
metaphorically, Mizzy. Metaphorically,
we don't. Metaphorically, we don't. This is what I'm saying. You have to broaden your horizons. It's a fucking lie, bro.
All right, fair enough.
It's a lie.
Let me ask this, right? Why, Izzy? I'm willing to grant to you that most black people are not criminals. Most black folk are not killers, right? Most black folk probably don't even steal as a profession, right? all I'm pointing out to you though is that when we talk about the common state of decay, disrepair, and the lack of just social trust within these areas where Black people live, it seems like there's an unwillingness to really describe it plainly or talk about these things plainly. And I think that's where we're having an issue here, Izzy. So we don't have to necessarily fight you on every fact that you bring up about the good people that do exist in Black America, because I won't say they don't. Some of them are in my family too, right? But that's not the majority of my family. And I think what John is trying to point out is that maybe for a lot of Black people, that's just not the majority of their families either.
I mean, Izzy, you ought to see just like the broad scope of Blacks broke down, bro. They call me looking for rooms to heal in their lives, bro. Sure, there's some great Blacks. I consider myself a decent Black, but all around me is trash, and that limits me. I'll be honest with you. If I even had B Braves and other white people that you see on the internet, I'd probably be doing a whole hell of a lot better. At least B Brave knows how to build something. When the Black break it, they don't know how to fix anything either. I don't know if you know that. Most
you know what is this is the thing I think I want to kind of point out.
It's true.
Hold on, because I think I want to kind of turn the nature of this conversation a little bit, because I think we're talking around something that I want to bring up. One of the reasons why I think Black folk are having so many of these either race-focused or romance, gender-focused conversations is because that a lot of Black folk, either through the chaos in their own lives or like John and I can see, and there's a little bit of chaos in my own life as well. I'm not going to pretend like I'm perfect and clean, but because I remember a certain point in my family, like when my grandmother died, I realized it's all done from here. I could tell there was a disintegration. It was sort of like that Big Mama's house moment. I mean, what was that movie where they had the Sunday dinner? Soul Food, right? It was a moment like that where I realized, like, damn, it's kind of done after this. And I only could wonder after that if what I had noticed in my own particular family was somehow playing out for other people in their own families, the sort of like watching an era fade away. And now we're watching a new era being born, and it's nothing like the one we remember. And I wonder if people are just kind of getting stuck in these romance conversation and having these endless utopia race conversations, because ultimately a lot of people can feel the walls closing in.
But that's for all of America. That's not, I mean, yo, bro, the dollar is about to collapse. We're about to be under another system. There's all kinds of imminent threats that are upon us. Most of our rights are being stripped away in different guises. It's a whole bunch of shit going on. So, but that's not just exclusive to so-called Black people. Like at the end of the day, the crazy thing is though, when we look at all so-called Black people from a negative stereotypical lens, we do ourselves a disservice, and that's all I'm saying. But y'all could do what y'all want to do.
Here's the kicker. Before anybody else jump in, it's the kicker, and this is why you call me a coon, and this is why I stand on it, and I'm gonna get my card laminated.
I don't call you.
I know maybe you don't, but I'm gonna own the title as if you did right now. But I need you to just hear me for a minute, right? You know who it does apply to in this country? Black people and white people. Everybody else is on their way in to pick our bones.
You know, Izzy, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
Well, that's it. You got it, John.
Hood, you heard that 51-year-old man called in by his girlfriend cheating. Do you also remember what he said about the Hispanics at his workforce, his workplace?
What did he say? I didn't catch it.
He said overwhelmingly Hispanic. I think he said he was one of 3 Blacks there. He called back again today, and I asked him again, I said, what's it like? How with the Hispanic? He says, worse, getting worse. Blacks don't know the hell they about to face, bro. Like all these low-class Blacks in the inner city, I've seen them wave after wave. They cannot compete with the Hispanics.
Yep.
They slip and fall. They twist their ankle. They get a hangnail on their finger. They're going to get replaced by the Hispanics. Their reputation is so bad, nobody wants to deal with them anyway. And I think the blacks gonna have to come to grips with that and stop pointing at divine nines. So those people are not gonna be able to help you. And you got to realize, like, how did these people come in our neighborhood and do everything that we could have done when it'd been a lot easier for us to do without them here?
Because of the mentality that y'all have.
Nah.
To be honest, everything is better than what you already got. Everybody is better. Yo, it's the mentality, especially that y'all have, especially John. I'm speaking specific, you hood conservative and John. I can't speak for nobody else. That mentality is the reason why. Because everybody and everything else is better than you and yours. You don't want to take accountability. You don't want to take responsibility. You don't want to get the people together, prepare them, teach them trades like King Randall, teach them what they need to know like Q Butter. You want to sit on your ass and just collect and talk shit about them. And
You want me to be?
There's plenty of people in the space that are teaching people stuff.
I can't be a community stepdaddy, bro. I still got kids that ain't even 18 yet.
Well,
you got
like
to
the
push back
reason,
against. You got to push back against what John Galt said respectfully, because he's talking about black people not accepting certain jobs because they had a hangnail. That's an individual.
No, they didn't want to say it. I'm saying in the environment that the blacks find themselves in, at least here in Washington, D.C., and I've had numerous examples. You miss a day off work, low collar, blue collar working. These Hispanics out here, they replace you so fast that the blacks will take their liberty, take a day off work here, there, whatever. A lot of times they have family problems, grandma's sick, whatever. The Hispanics don't have those kind of problems. There's so many of them. And this is a 51-year-old black man talking about he's trying to learn Spanish because they won't speak English to him. That's a hell of an existence to grow up in America and trying to learn a new language for a low-paying job at 51 years old.
John, another reason why the Hispanic community is outpacing us, and it gets back to a part of the family dynamic I was talking about over on the earlier panel when they got mad and struck me and shit. But it was, I think PhD was talking about some shit about the family dynamic, and I'm pointing out to her that women in America are at a point where they have enough physical material provision that they don't feel as though they need men in any way that can force them to be loyal beyond their emotional state. And so women are becoming loyal to their emotions more than the men because they don't need the men. And because the Latino community and the immigrant communities by and large operate on this, they feel a more pressing sense of urgency, a more dire need. They understand that their position is by definition tentative because they're an immigrant, they're a foreigner in a hostile, strange land. So the Hispanic community, even though there's cheating and all kind of drama and the novellas and all that with Spanish people, as a rule, as a group, the men and women generally behave more as if they need each other because they have a mission. They understand, like I said a minute ago, their goal is to pick our bones. And so they understand that they will work together. They will tolerate each other's shortcomings. They will work through the hard times with one another because there is a sense of shared need. There is a mission that they want to accomplish, and they can't do it without one another.
Well, let me ask you this question: Do you think they? Oh, sorry, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
It'd be like 5 families in one home. And but yo, now that's one thing I gotta agree with you. Black people ain't willing to a lot of times sacrifice and inconvenience themselves in that way. I could agree with that 100%. But the reason that they'll have 5 families in one home and work together and be building up and put each family on and then move 5 more families in. So like we used to work like that, but for somehow, some way we got sold on rugged individualism and it's all about me and FU.
I don't know if it's the rugged individualism because like to the point of go ahead, Mr. E.
Mr. E, I think you get a shot.
If you're gonna say it's based on regular individualism, then then the fault is at the individual. Then it's the individual choices. I mean, me being an 80s baby, growing up, you know, by the time you turn 18, you gotta get out the house.
Yes, sir.
Whatever, right?
Yes, sir.
Exactly. So it wasn't
hey, kick your ass out.
Exactly. It wasn't mama, hey, as long as you in school, as long as you're taking care of yourself, going towards a goal or some kind of predetermined goal and have benchmarks, I'll let you stay here so you can stack yourself up. Nah, it was 18 out the door.
And
Well,
look, and you
Yep.
got to pay rent before you leave.
Yes,
let
sir.
me
You're right about both of those.
well,
Yes,
let me
sir.
ask you guys. Let me ask you guys this question then,
Spot on.
because right across the street from me, I have a Hispanic neighbor, and he done moved his girlfriend in. They got about 3 generations over there now. They ain't expanded on the house. Now, why can they do this? And then it seems, because I got a thought, and I know y'all ain't gonna think this, but the black mammies, I'm teeing it up for you. The black mammies, as soon as they child get 18, get up out of here. Get up out of here. Why they want them gone so bad?
Well, I think it's a lot of different things, John. Like
Give me one of them.
one of the
I like
things is
the way
that
you smiling right now, nigga.
I could go the way you probably want me to go, but I'm gonna go this way.
You know where
Like
you go,
so a bunch of people, or whatever, like came together and said, "Hey, this would be a way for us to make a lot more money if we, basically indoctrinate these people to thinking, oh, they don't need to be multi-generational, like, what I'm saying, lifestyle thing." So it's like a marketing technique as well. Like there's a lot of things in our society that the rich industrialists like set in motion, including some of the feminist stuff, so they can sell money.
I wanna take a stab at it, John. I think it kind of has a lot to do with what I was saying earlier about there's a shared sense of mission and purpose when it comes to the men and the women generally, because they're foreigners in a strange land. But even beyond that, they I don't know if they are behaving completely outside of their cultural norms anyway. I don't think they're doing something that's totally outside of their cultural norms, which is to kind of work together and team up for their goal or whatever, right? Now, that being said, when it comes to black people in America, black folk don't really seem to have a shared cultural goal that involves us working together. Our cultural goal right now is like the government has to do this, the government should give us that, da 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 da. And what I think that has created is a dynamic where in these households that you're smiling and giggling about, John, the black mom becomes dominant to an extreme degree. And I talked about this earlier. Once women's practical needs have been covered by the government, their need for a man is no longer practical. It becomes fantastical, right? And so now the mom isn't dating out of practical need and basic decision making about what's best for the group on the whole in the long term. She's dating based on her fantasies and her desires. And her desires means I'm going to have whatever type of man fits whatever type of mold in her mind. Yet the key thing is this: she always has supreme control over the relationship. And I think that is a big part of the reason why, one, there isn't a lot of networking in Black America, because the family relationships are unstable. They're based on emotion and not need and productivity. And so we don't have stable family relationships in that same capacity. And then two, I think because of the instability of the social dynamic, it creates like a feedback loop where it's even harder to now create those networks, right? And so each generation kind of gets a little bit shaded, a little bit more jaded than the previous one. And now we have what we have.
No, that's a fact. I agree 1,000% with y'all. And on that particular point, right? So, and the crazy thing is, the only way to bring it back is for it's crazy because the only way to bring it back, unfortunately, is for a lot of women to not have the same level of resources or the same level of access to resources that they have. And that's the crazy
Oh,
thing.
you sound like me, and they call me.
I know it's the truth. It's the truth. I agree, because you got to, I mean, the nature of a lot of women is selfish. So because of that, they're teaching the children by default to be selfish and to be self-centered and think it's all about them. And then that is the antithesis, right? That's totally against community building, networking, working together, and being able to build wealth. Because again, if you keep us in separate households and keep us paying child support, paying alimony, paying whatever, you're extrapolating the resources from the men. And then you keeping the resources in the women that's just going to spend it on fun things.
Red Illusion says the snake eating its own tail Aura Horus. I feel like there should be a W in there. Horror has a W at the beginning of it. But you got it.
Isn't it Greek? Isn't it Greek though?
I think so.
Well,
but
Boris,
I think there needs to be a W still.
Izzy, you spoke of fun. You said, what did you say? Somebody speaking of, you said, what did you
A lot
say?
of times they prioritize fun. Their priorities are out of order. Now, I would agree with that. If you spoke from a standpoint of a lot of so-called black
I'm about to answer your question. I'm going there. I will answer your question. I'm gonna try it one more time. Where was Trayvon's father the night that he was murdered? Because you just hit it. You just hit it.
No, I know what they say.
You want me to tell you? Can I tell you? Because you just mentioned it.
What? Yo, go ahead, man. I don't know. I promise you.
I'll tell you. Right?
They claim that he was over his girlfriend's house. How about that? Is that
No, because if he was at his girlfriend's house, he would have been at the scene of the murder because Trayvon was killed at the scene of the murder. Trayvon's father was out at a party. Right? He was at a party.
Nah,
he didn't find out that the book. I know.
I never heard that one.
Well, okay.
What happened to John?
He must have hit a wrong button or something like that.
Oh yeah, I never heard that one. Y'all ever heard that one? I never heard that one.
I don't know because like I didn't pay attention to some of the specifics, so I don't know. I just know like it didn't make any sense for his father to go up there and talk about burning this place down. Or actually, was that Trayvon?
No,
or was that the?
That was Trayvon. Trayvon got deleted by Zimmerman.
No, it was the other dude, the hands up, don't shoot.
Ron Brown.
It was his father that said burn the place down. My bad. Like my bad for misattributing the two. But
real quick. John, I see you still in the back. It says devices not connected. You disconnected something on your end, John. So if you want to come back up, you got to reset. You have to like physically reset your connections, your wires or something. You might have pulled the wire out or something. Yeah, he says your cam is messed up. Okay, fine. But yeah, you got to reconnect on your end, John.
I meant Ron Brown. I said Ron Brown. I meant Mike Brown. Yeah, it's
well, I knew it was Brown, but I didn't know I couldn't remember the first name.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Do y'all get the impression that I'm not answering any questions directly? Do y'all get that impression from me?
No, did I accuse you of that?
No, you haven't. But there's people in the audience that accuse me like tap dancing and not answering questions directly. And I think I'm being very succinct with my answers. I
think you're pretty. I think you're pretty good, like Izzy. But
I'm tap dancing.
Let me answer. Let me explain why. Because the audience said yes, and I can't speak for the audience. Everybody has their own mind, and sometimes I even fight with my own chat about little shit too. But I think what we're looking at is it sounds to a lot of us like a refusal to acknowledge certain broad truths, and I think that's what they're commenting.
No, but this is the thing, conservative. You can't make me admit to something I don't know. Hold on, real quick. I thought that they said that his father was at the girlfriend's house. That's what I thought they said. I don't know. Then
I don't know if it's about that personally. So I don't know. Don't rest it on just that, Izzy. But John, please jump in.
Hood, is when you on my panel, you said you knew where he was. You said you've heard. You said it was either one of two places. I said, okay, what's the two places? You said, well, and I can't remember. You may have said he was at work. You said that's one of the two places that you heard. Yeah. I said, well, what's the other place that you heard that his father could have been?
And I said,
you refused. Hold on. Hold on, Hood.
Come on.
You refused. Hold on. You refused to give me the second answer.
So what? That was a conversation.
But you gave me an answer that would have made his daddy look good, but you didn't want to give me the real answer. So I gave you the real answer here tonight.
I didn't know that answer that you gave, my man. Okay, I didn't know. I didn't know it. I'm saying, hold
on. Set this up for us, John. Set this up for us. For the first time ever, I'm hearing this, John. Please set this up properly. For the first time ever, I am hearing this. Are you telling me that his dad was out partying while that happened?
Yeah, hold on. And so when they found Trayvon, they didn't know where his parents were because he was with his dad. He was at his dad's girlfriend's house on the property. So they brought Trayvon's father down to the police station. They played a 911 tape of somebody screaming. Trayvon's father said, "That's not my son." He testified to that in court. Well, if it wasn't Trayvon screaming, then who was it? It was George Zimmerman. That's why they initially did not charge Zimmerman. Trayvon's dad came home the next morning and found out the boy was dead. That's why I asked Izzy, since you said priorities and all these things that matter. Here's a man whose son had been kicked out of school. His mammy sent him 400 miles up the road. He get to Florida, to Sanford, Florida. His dad said, hey, son, welcome here. I got to go out for a party. I'll be back tomorrow morning. He gets killed, right? And so, and this is what I'm saying.
Why are
Like,
you trying to relitigate this case? George
because
Zimmerman
this is
got
the
off.
black.
Why
This
are you
is
doing that, bro?
because this is black
one
behavior.
fucking person.
Yeah, I
This
understand.
shit
It's just one
is
person. I
crazy,
understand.
bro.
I understand. Yeah,
This shit is crazy. That's one
can't
fucking
connect the dots.
person, bro.
Can't connect the dots.
No, it ain't no fucking dots to connect. This shit is disgusting what you're doing. That man is dead. There ain't no coming back from that shit.
That nigga belong to be dead. He belong in the ground.
Okay, well, listen, that's
He
what
got
you
it.
say. And then
He
listen,
got it. He got it.
if
He got what he
you
deserved.
got your fam,
Do you agree that he got what he deserved?
no, nigga, the fuck is you talking about? No,
This is the problem with blacks.
no,
Right here. This is the problem with blacks right here.
no.
This is the
I
problem.
don't think Charlie Kirk got even
Nigga.
what he deserved neither. I don't do shit like this.
Charlie Kirk wouldn't beat nobody up.
Come on,
But
man.
Trayvon would beat somebody. See, this nigga must be real dumb, man. This nigga just equated Trayvon with Charlie Kirk.
I
Man,
have
fuck
no,
that, man. I gotta keep it real, my
I have a
nigga.
homie.
You gotta keep
I
it
have a
real,
homie
my
who
nigga.
is-
Yo,
If this
you
nigga-
ain't
if
keeping
this
it real
nigga
with
so fucking
yourself,
dumb- nigga,
man.
you so
Stop
fucking-
this
you
shit.
so-
You ain't keeping it real with
if-
yourself.
if this
This
nigga
shit's
so fucking
stupid.
dumb,
You trying to
this dumb nigga-
relitigate some shit that
dumb nigga-
happened fucking
this dumb
15
nigga just
years
compared-
ago. The fuck
dumb
is you
nigga,
talking
just
about?
compared Charlie Kirk
This
to
stupid
is
as
he just
hell, bro.
you
I
just
didn't
compared
compare.
Charlie
I
Kirk
said
to
I don't celebrate nobody's death.
bro.
I don't
You
celebrate. You're a dumb nigga. You're a dumb nigga.
bro.
You're a dumb nigga.
I've
You're
been
a dumb
holding it
nigga.
in, bro.
You're a
one
dumb nigga, and you would
nigga, bro.
never say that to my face. See, this is what I'm saying.
See,
Punk
what you
niggas,
gonna- you gonna get
punk
violent?
niggas. No,
What you gonna
no,
get
bro.
violent? What you gonna
Yo,
get
you would
violent?
never say that to my face, though. I'm a
Why?
dumb
What you gonna do?
nigga.
Get
Like,
violent? What you gonna do? Get violent? If I call you dumb, right? If I
call
call
me
you
a
dumb,
dumb
what you gonna do?
nigger. You call me
Yeah,
a
if I
dumb
called you
nigga with
dumb
a
nigga,
hard
what would you do?
ER.
What would
Yo,
you do if I called you a dumbass nigger? Because I just called you one. What did it make you want to do? You
Sounds
want to
good.
kill somebody?
Yo,
You want
what
to kill
you
somebody?
talking about? You
You
doing a
said
lot.
you ain't gonna call it to my face like you a
You
child.
wouldn't.
What would you do if I called you a dumbass nigga to your face?
You wouldn't do it, so we know.
What would you do? Tell me what would you do if I
You would
did it? What
never
would you
do it, so we don't have to talk about it.
What would happen if I did it?
It's real. You
What would
show
happen?
you older. Yo,
It's
it's
crazy,
sad,
man.
man.
What would happen?
You a man. It's sad
What
because
would
you're a
happen?
man. It's sad
What
because
would
you're a
happen?
man of a
What would
certain
happen if
age.
a white-
You're a
what would you
man
do if
of
a
a
white man
certain
called you
age.
a nigger?
Talking about a kid that lost his life 15 years
boy no
ago, and you
motherfucker.
celebrate. Use a
That
sad
boy was a
excuse for a
nigger.
dude, man. Use a
Nigga, I
sad
wish-
excuse for a dude.
I wish
Use
I
a
was
sad
young
excuse
nigga
for a
to pop
dude.
that
You
little
talking
fucking
about
nigga.
yeah, but you talking about violence. But you talking about violence. Now you wish you was George Zimmerman. I bet you do, because then you would have some courage, but you don't have any courage.
Man, you a
You're
dumb
a
nigga,
punk.
is it, bro? I
You're a
ain't know
punk.
how fucking
You
dumb
are
you
a punk and a
You are
coward.
a dumb
You are a
ass
punk and a
nigga, bro.
coward. You're a punk and a
dumb nigga,
coward.
bro.
You hide behind the internet. You hide behind your false bravado.
Yeah, right
You
here.
sit there and you put down people that look like you because you are insignificant.
Who's
You are not
Cameron?
worthy. You are
Who's Cameron?
insignificant. You are
Wait a minute, is you
insignificant.
Cameron?
You are insecure. You are a little man inside, boy. You're a little man. You're a little man inside, and it's evident. It's
Yeah.
evident. Because
Yeah,
you gonna fam, you gonna get mad at me because I told you that I don't celebrate anybody's death, and you gonna try to say, oh, well, you compared to no, I'm not comparing it to
You
anybody,
lied.
and then you gonna call me a dumb nigger
But you
because I
lied.
say I don't celebrate people's
Yeah,
death.
yeah.
I don't do that. But you're a weak man, bro. You
I
weak,
asked
you
you to
weak,
celebrate.
bro.
I asked you
You
to
weak
celebrate.
sauce, bro.
Yeah,
I don't even
can't
want to
ask you
talk to you no more. You
Yeah,
weak.
well, get the fuck out of here, you
You
dumb ass
weak.
nigga.
You weak. Yeah, it sounds good. Make me
Get the
leave.
fuck out
Make
of
me
here.
leave, John. Go. Make me leave. Make
Oh.
me leave.
Oh.
Pay Hood to get rid of me. Pay Hood to
Man,
get
you know
rid of
what?
me.
You know what, Hood?
Yeah,
I
pay Hood to get rid of me.
don't accept bounty
I
donations.
would
rather you have it out.
You know what? Because he like.
Yeah, pay Hood to get rid of me, sir.
I don't want to. I don't want to intervene. I don't want to intervene.
Boy,
unless
pay
something
to get
goes
rid of me,
too
boy.
far.
Come
I
on,
would
man.
rather
You don't
y'all
want it with me,
defend
John.
yourselves
John,
amongst
I'm
each
not
other.
Knightish or nobody else. You don't want it with me, man, because you are intellectually inferior, and it's evident that you hang around low vibrational, low brow people because you guys sit there and talk about the degeneracy and talk about the way they live to make yourself feel better because you living in squalor your goddamn self. Point blank, period. Just bow down to a nigga that's greater than you. Understand that. Some of us are gods, not goddamn mice. We men, boy. Fuck is you talking about?
All right.
Weak ass nigga.
Yo, not West Side Connection.
You done lost your black power. Shit.
Nah, you weak ass nigga. You weak. You weak, nigga. Fuck is you talking to, boy? You will never ever say no shit like that in my face. You a weak ass excuse for a nigga.
What would
Fuck
you
is
do
you
if I
talking
said
to,
it?
boy?
What would you do if I said it, Izzy? What would you do? You
wish
wouldn't
I
do
tell you.
shit, nigga.
Yeah, okay.
You wouldn't
now-
do shit,
Yeah,
nigga.
yeah.
You ain't gonna do a motherfucking thing.
Yeah,
I put fuck
yeah,
niggas out
yeah.
like you all the time. There
Nah,
ain't
you
no
can't
one
put me out. You can't put me out. I'm a boss. You can't put me out, sir. Sorry.
You might need.
I'm a boss. You can't put me out. Sorry.
Nigga, I done put big niggas out, blind
You,
niggas.
I'm a boss. I wouldn't stay in your slum. You in your slum village, nigga. What's fuck is wrong with you? I would not rent no slum village from you.
You might have a
Hold on,
daughter.
I would
nigga.
not rent in no slum village from you. What's wrong with you? I
need to hear this story. John, you put a blonde nigga out. Was it snowing at the time?
Hood,
It was
hold on.
cold. It was getting cold.
Hood,
though.
I
It
got
was
damn
cold.
near Hood, hold on real quick. I got damn near 800 credit score. What the fuck is this nigga talking about? I got damn near 800 credit score. Fuck do you mean? Talk to a lesser nigga than me, man. Stop playing with me. My credit score is damn near 800, man. What are you talking about? Fucking slumlord. I would never. I wouldn't even let my enemies stay in your fucking cottage, nigga. Fuck is you talking about? Your damn room look like the room off of goddamn Coming to America. Welcome home, nigga. Fuck you mean?
Cam up, Izzy.
Fucking slam lord ass nigga.
Cam up, Izzy.
Cam up every day, dumbass.
Cam up right now.
I cam up every day, dumb motherfucker.
Cam up. Yeah.
Pay me to cam up and I'll cam up. Pay me to cam up.
I think
Know my cash here, but pay me to cam up. I'll cam
I
up.
think that now is a good time to let this moment end. Now we're about to catch the next level of whatever this is about to be. I didn't want to intervene. I didn't want to intervene because if you're gonna call him a dumb nigga, he got the right to say whatever comes next.
I'm gonna let him talk. We know who the dumb nigga is, bro. We know who the dumb nigga is. It's evident,
bro.
It's evident. I told you I didn't know the answer, stupid. See, that's your problem. I told you I did. I'm intelligent and honest enough to say I don't know the answer, dumbass nigga.
Can we play the video?
John, what is it you have to play?
Can I play? It's a video of Izzy on my channel, and I asked him the same question. He said, He said,
I don't think we need to go back to.
Hold on.
I didn't deny that. I said that. Literally what he said.
Yeah, we're on the same page already. So I don't think.
I said that because I really didn't know. I said I heard rumors.
Okay, no, you said he. But I asked you to say the other place that you heard he was at. You said I'm not gonna say that.
I didn't want to say it. So what?
I know you did not want to say it because you niggers live fucking lies. You lying ass, weak ass nigga. Just come out the closet and just live your lie in the open, nigga.
Damn,
live your fucking lie in the open, nigga.
Oh man, come out the closet, bro.
Let me ask you a question.
Lie in the open, nigga.
John, why do you prefer the original pronunciation of the N word?
Because that's what they are. They're fucking niggers. They're all fucking niggers.
And what does that make you want to do, you weak ass nigga? What that make you want to do, you weak motherfucker? What that make you want to do? You can't punish me. I know you want to punch because you got picked on in school. I know a bitch when I see one. You got picked on in school, you little bitch. So now you feel like you got some power. You ain't got shit. You weak, you insignificant. You's a weak ass bitch. What you gonna do, weak bitch? What you gonna do? You can't put me out of shit. Put as many people you want. You still a weak bitch. You still fit empty inside, you weak ass shell of a nigga. Fuck you mean?
I don't know why I stopped streaming on this channel, bro. It seemed like everybody want to fight over here. Like I gotta start streaming over here more.
Well, I don't know. Hood, you might have some of that energy from the other panel that kind of followed.
This ain't even about me or the other panel. This is a pre-existing condition.
Hey, Hood, before I go,
I'm just saying, man.
Hey, before I go, Hood. And see, this is what I'm saying. Like these niggers are so dumb, Hood.
Put some money on it.
This fucking nigger like this talk shit to me. I might not be able to put my hands on you, boy. Yeah. But I'll fuck the next nigger up that come my way. They call me in the morning.
Well, John, to be fair, you wanted to smoke with Iz though. Like he was being perfectly clean and above board.
Now I'm gonna take it out on another nigga.
Does that make you feel good, you weak little dick nigga? That make you feel good, you weak nigga?
You wanted to dunk on the man, bro. So like,
that make you feel good, stupid?
It does. Yeah.
Why did you want to
weak you are?
Now let me join Izzy for a minute. Why did you feel like you had to dunk on him the way he did, the way you did, because of the disagreement you were having? Because you did take it far, and I wanted y'all to have y'all fight. But I feel like you did take it there, and you have to own take it.
Because I wanted it. In other words,
because I wanted him to
be a dumb nigger first.
Yeah,
that was totally across the line. So I'm asking you now, why you feel like you want to go there? Go ahead, John.
Ask me a question, because like I think this is really part of the problem. Like, niggers are running from the truth. He knew the truth. He didn't want to answer because the blacks have to protect all these narratives. Trayvon, Tawana Brawley, all the other black lies, and Trayvon's just the next lie. And this boy here knew everything but the damn truth. But he had an opinion on it. And he came up on my channel and told a motherfucking lie. 10, 15 years later, these fucking niggas still telling lies. Selling, it's really a Democrat lie, a racial lie. And either they're dumb, maybe he is, and I think he's dumb, but they also bury their head in the sand to avoid recognizing the truth. This nigga don't want to accept the truth. Like I said, he knows the truth. Because if you play the video on my panel, he gave me two options of where Trayvon's daddy was.
Hood.
And he said the most benign one. Oh, he was at work. He said he was at work. I said, but he wasn't at work. So where else could he have been?
Do us a favor. I'm gonna give it to you 1 second. I gotta say these couple words. John, do us all a favor. Don't get upset with Izzy and wake up tomorrow morning and kick a nigga out just because you can.
It's gotta happen. It's gotta happen. I gotta punish these niggas every day.
Punish these
niggas.
Hey, listen,
you know I'm gonna punish first. You know I'm gonna punish first. That 51-year-old nigga that's gonna call me back tomorrow. This one for you, Izzy. This one for gonna be for you, Izzy.
Yo, so yo, at the end, it shows you how sick and how yo. I was talking. I said one word.
John, let him go.
He had no impulse control. When he was talking, he started it with me, and then he wants to try. Yo, this is the crazy thing, right? I told the man we was talking about. I came up to talk to John about something totally different. The guy tried to bring up that. I told him I wasn't sure. I heard rumors. I heard two rumors. I told him the one rumor I heard. When he asked me what was the other one, I said, right? Yo, are you stupid or you dumb?
John, let him go. Let him go. Come on, you got the floor.
I said I didn't want to answer that. So that's not a lie, bro. I didn't. And first of all, when he said, yo, my nigga, what is wrong with this asshole? What's wrong with him? He gonna start with me and then keep talking while I'm talking. I ain't say shit.
You right, my bad. Go ahead. Go ahead. I ain't paying no mind. Go ahead.
And then he gonna brag about doing something to somebody else like I give a fuck. Like I don't care. Yo, at the end of the day, at the end of the day, it's crazy as hell, Hood. How can I lie when I clearly said and he said from the beginning is wouldn't answer the question? So how is that a lie, Hood? I'm asking you, Hood. How is that a lie? When I said Hood conservative.
I wouldn't consider it a lie when you say you don't know.
Exactly. And then when I say I didn't want to answer, how is that a lie?
No, it's not a lie.
Okay, so at the end, so at the end of the day, this dude gonna call me a fucking
dumb nigga. Dumb nigga.
This nigga
don't leave that
fam. I'm gonna tell you the truth, right?
What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
I'm gonna tell you the truth. You don't, I know you hate yourself and you glutton for punishment, but I don't hate you. I don't got nothing against you, so it don't bother me what you're doing. You just make yourself look stupid. So I'm gonna let you have it. You got it.
All right, go ahead.
It looks like John is working up some eviction work right now. I want to get another voice in here for the moment. Ray, you new up here, bro. Ray, you got to add something to this. It's your time. Your time to shine, Ray.
Oh shit, bro! I was in and out during the stream because I was listening in the chat. So I've been wanting to come up. I missed the whole main debate, like what y'all talking about.
Well, don't worry about that because it's not even all that important anymore. If you have any,
I had to take care of some shit because I'm a faithful listener to a lot of y'all niggas, and I mean I listen to y'all niggas like while driving, working out, working. So and just to show you, I try to be attentive as I can.
I mean, look, I got my drama. They got their drama. There's drama anywhere in the world if you spin the globe around. So you can pick to anything and talk about it. But we were really just having a roving conversation, and then they fell into this moment. But yeah, you was about to say something.
Well, one question that came to mind was like, okay, a lot of questions you guys have. I noticed like when it comes to Black folks and like what they should receive and what they should not receive and all that stuff, and to which a lot of people will try to take y'all to the area of being a coon. But I'm like, well, okay, if y'all have these questions, especially like Anton, why not listen to a few of Tariq Nasheed's videos? Because he does have some history on a lot of shit.
You know, I think if you cared about that side of it, you should be on that side of it instead of worrying about what somebody like us is saying. Like, I don't go harassing Tariq Nasheed. I don't really harass a lot of other content creators about the causes that they latch onto and all the stupid shit they say. But a lot of people want to attack you. If you're black and you're not properly nigrified, then people look at you as if you're not doing something right.
But one thing I see of him though is that he shies away from holding these black women accountable.
But there ain't no money in that, man.
Yeah.
Come on.
But the thing is though, but his numbers, little boy numbers is up though, and shit. And he would get on their head. Jason Black.
But Jason Black, I don't know. He don't have the same kind of numbers. I don't think as Tariq does, or a number of other people.
Well, no, I don't know. Jason Black pulls up a lot of people. He gets like 2,000 live stream viewers at a clip, which isn't bad for Black YouTube. But
yeah, but how many donations, super chats, that kind of stuff?
I don't know. I haven't really watched long enough to even try to gauge it. I assume he's doing well enough, but I couldn't even tell you.
Yeah,
the point I'm trying to make though is that when you compare him to say like an Anton Daniels, who's kind of relatively a new figure compared to like a Jason Black who's been at this for a long time, it feels like there is a giant shift toward a more rightward black position. And when you get more and more guys like Kevin Samuels wasn't exactly rightward, but he was a shot in the right direction, especially in the manosphere context of it all. Over time, what's happened over the last few years is there's a lot more room for a strong, even an offensive Rush Limbaugh type of right-wing stance for black men to take.
Yeah, that's like an angry man type position. But yo, shout out to my homie. But let me ask you a question. Hood. Let me ask you a real quick question, Hood, if I could, just real fast. So do you condone what this guy is doing in the name of he started it and he gonna take it out on a tenant? That's what he wanted to do anyway. Y'all condone some shit like that?
Yeah, I don't have to condone it, and whether or not he's taking it out on a tenant, I don't think he's gonna do anything that wasn't already in his power. Right. So here's the thing. I don't think you understand. The sword of Damocles has nothing to do with me. If that bitch fall on you, it fall on you, bro.
And also,
but
saying that you should listen to Tariq Nasheed and all these things based on listener count is an ad nauseum argument. It's not a logical argument. Like what is some of the what is an example of a logical rhetoric that you believe is healthy from Tariq Nasheed?
I don't know. Is it? But I'm gonna have to do it because I swear I need to whoop you fucking blacks to have common sense that you don't talk down to people that have power over you or other blacks.
You don't got no power over me, sir. You got
power over other blacks though.
I think he's saying, Izzy, if you had been more honest and more forthcoming, a nigga wouldn't be
he called me
weather right now.
He called me a dumb nigga. Like, yo, you did. Yo, I'm not bowing down to this weak sauce ass.
Get that though, Izzy. So the answer is to be honest. Like you just
so the answer is to
how am I being dishonest when I clearly said I don't know and I'm not.
You had a question real quick. What were you about to say?
So I was saying that, like, so the answer to Izzy being disingenuous is to punish an innocent black person.
That's how it works. That's how it works. Like, bro, let me tell you.
John is even whiter than me, bro.
Let me give you an example. One time, I was on stream and I rented a room to a Chinese man. Chinese man called back and counsel because he didn't want to live around blacks. And the niggas in the audience were laughing, kicking like shit. I said, "You motherfuckers!" And the next man up was a pedophile.
You let that nigga say that on your channel,
like a motherfucker.
Trigger word,
I put that pedophile right next to this nigga. I put that motherfucker right next to this Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know about
Wow.
Yo,
Put that son of a bitch PDF, whatever the fuck you call him, right next to the school, nigga. Right next to the black school. If you niggas are gonna create a condition where nobody else wants to live around you, I will fill your fucking neighborhood up with the undesirables. You hear me?
Not my neighborhood. I don't
Damn,
even know where
that's wild.
There's a special place in hell for you, boy. There's a special place in hell for you, boy. I hope you enjoy hell water, boy.
Okay. What about the pedophile?
Hell water, boy. I ain't gotta do nothing to you. You got. There's a special spot for you, boy.
Hey,
yo,
I'm getting ring
yo,
But what you won't talk about is the black PDF. Right? So you talk about me.
You rented to him. There's a special place next to the school. There's a special place there.
I rent to everybody. I rent to anybody with the money. And if you black screen a neighborhood where only PDFs can live there, so be it.
Stop it, Dolomite. I did
not. Yo, this is wild, man. Hey, Andre, what's up, man?
Nah, don't do that. Don't do that. Izzy did not start this one.
John, you fucking dumb nigger.
John, you on one tonight. John is on his cracking mode.
I ain't never seen him get bucked like this, man, ever.
Yeah, he was.
He got beat as a kid. Yo, he's the type that got beat up as a little bully.
Yo. Can I ride for a second?
Wait, who doing the whipping now? Well, who doing the whipping now? Who whipping ass now?
I feel like you can.
I guess you
like
John Wilder right now.
Right now, John.
Yeah, he doing too much.
I feel like you're channeling imperial right now, John. What's going on here, bro?
Who's whipping ass now?
If I got my ass big man, you are a big man. You big man.
Who's whipping ass now, right? See,
who's
this fucking nigga? It's always the niggas one. You must have got beat up by a child. They implicitly admit that blacks are violent, right? Even as children.
Well, I never said no shit like that. If I had time for that, dude.
The real dumb one did it. He like, you must have got beaten up by blacks.
Hey, John, like,
yo, can I talk for a second?
John, I know you're going on your tirade, man. Can we move this along, dog?
I want to get out of here, though, man. It's been fun, man. It'll be fun, nigga. You tune in tomorrow. Nigga, you come up and I'll let you pick the nigga we put out. How about that?
Like I only one nigga to have, bro. I might help you out with that. I don't know.
You dropped out.
Andre, you got it. Uncle Jeff, you can jump in, please.
What the hell was that, bro?
That was John.
He dropped. He dropped down. I only just hopped up just to ask him about the story about when you talk about like he kicked out some blind black dude. Like I just wanted to hear about that.
Yo, that's crazy, man.
Yo, man, I think that was probably that jab, man. I think he probably got that booster and everything. I think it's that jab.
Hey, shout out to Uncle Jeff, man, up in the building.
Hey,
Uncle Jeff.
Hey guys. I really you know what? And it might be me, and might be just the person to validate this. I think perhaps I might think too much of myself. I am vehemently disappointed that y'all would see me here, hear this old nigga talking shit, and not just give me a stab at it before he ran. But instead, all of us grown-ass men, instead of letting him run like a fat little retard, just let him run out of gas. Oh, I can't believe he said it. Oh my God, what's he saying? Just sit still, gentlemen. It's all balls up here. Let him finish, and then let somebody oh man, I was chomping at the bit. I really would. John, I hope you're watching. I sincerely hope you're watching, because I have a question for you. Do you have any young black females that you care about? Any young black children that you care about? Because on behalf of them, I'm going to beseech the Creator that they do not come of harm because of the traps that you have laid for other people's children. Because that's exactly what you're bragging about doing. Because you're angry because some nigga tore up your apartment building. Do you have any young black children you love? Do the black children that might be violent, do the black children that might not be violent, do they deserve a chance at a healthy future that does not have in it what that man you rented to has in it just because you're angry? Do your grandchildren deserve that? Other people have grandchildren, brother. I suggest you look into that. And I would absolutely love and welcome any debate with you as long as we can both speak uninterrupted.
Well, Jeff, John's not here to really hold that ground, but let me
Who gives
devil's
a shit?
advocate. No, let me devil's advocate some of it for you because I think it's something to explore here. I think what John is sort of he's really digging the knife in deep on that, right? So I'm not even gonna shy away from what you're laying out, right? That being said, I think what he's highlighting by digging that knife in so deep is a lot of black folk really are in a state of denial about the precarious situation that a lot black people in general find themselves in at this point in time. It is not 1965. We don't have the numbers or the networks that we used to have or think we do have. And what John is pointing out is that for a lot of black people, maybe a lot more than we like to care to acknowledge, they are at the mercy of the winds that blow.
Okay, well, and black people being at the mercy of winds that blow sounds a little different than I purposely rented a room, a space to live to a predator right next to a school. I'm going to need you to frame those two together. If you
There ain't no saving that one. You can't salvage that one.
No, bruh. He let him hold his own nuts.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna try to salvage that particular thing, but I think hold on. You wanted me to respond. Let me respond a little more thoroughly here. I'm not gonna try to respond to that particular thing in general because he said what he said, and he's gonna have to live and die on his own words. But I do think it points to a reality that for a lot of black folk, that is what they have to deal with. And I think there's an assumption that, I don't know, white supremacy is the thing in their lives that's holding them down when it's a lot of other things that have nothing to do with, systemic oppression.
By you saying that, I would say black inferiority is more appropriate based on what just transpired.
I don't know. And again, conservative. Let me explain to you why it is, in my opinion, that you catch a lot of the heat you do. Something obscene, like what just happened, will happen, and you will go, I don't want to speak to that. I want to speak to why he said what he said. This is a prime example of it. And it's off-putting. It makes people say the things that they say about it. I believe you're very smart, but I believe that it is possible to go too far to make a valid point, and you too are going too far by saying, you know what, I'm not going to speak on what he said.
Hold on, Jeff.
That's too far.
John is literally the one that went too far to make the valid point. I don't necessarily have to go that far, and that's what I'm doing at this point right now. He said what he said, and it's there. It's not going to go away. It's up there for posterity.
Let me be clearer. Maybe you don't understand what I'm saying. I, Jeff Brown, understand that a great much of what black people are going through is self-inflicted. I don't like lazy, shiftless, violent ass niggas, nobody, no more than anyone else. I, Jeff Brown, also separate that and absolutely denounce the implication of sicking a predator on innocent young black children. And I'm not going to say that's his word. I'm not going to say it's forever, because those are true. But what is also true is that I am making a definitive stance that you are not. And the difference in potential of that is why people say the things that they say about you. That's what I'm saying. And if something comes out of your face hole, other than the denouncing of sicking a predator on innocent children, brother, please understand, if that's not the first thing that you address, for what it's worth, maybe it's worth nothing to you. But man to man and black man to black man, you will lose respect from me on this day. If you can justify anything that black people do by saying it is okay to sick a predator on innocent children, that's all I want to hear from you, bruh. I don't give a fiddler's fuck about his opinion. I want to know how you feel about a man implying that he would sick a predator on children because he is that angry at his own race. And that's all I want to hear from you. Now, you say what you like, but your feet is to this fire in the background.
I suppose the fire was always waiting for me. I don't like this moral shaming and this grandstanding and all this positioning. Have a good night if that's how you feel about it. I don't care for this grandstanding and like, what am I supposed to do? Am I putting my blackness on the line because you mad at something that man said? Like, bro, go to his channel and curse him out, bro. What do you want me to do? Anyway, that being said, now there are people in this world who rent to these people, and that's what happens. Somebody paying that bill, somebody getting that Section 8 check, however that works, somebody getting that shit, bro. But I don't like this weird moral grandstanding where like, well, I just refuse to talk to you because I'm mad at some other guy. Somebody
Dude,
got
like,
to me the blackness
That
rules,
was
bro.
some good.
I'm bad at being black. Bro.
I have never seen that man turn up like that, man. I have never seen that.
Yeah, that was wild. I was like, damn, what's
Isn't Gold supposed to be like a upstanding member, like that kind of guy, like a gentleman kind of guy, because he has property and he accomplished so much?
I don't know about that, but he tends to be like more on the laid back. You know how like people like that tend to smoke a little bit more, tend to be like chill, like that stereotype it anyway.
Like me right now.
He seems to be like more on the relaxed side, and I've never seen him get like that.
He was just like that. He gets like that. He gets excited when it comes to putting out so-called black people. He gets really excited, and he did it. He grandstand like that on Chaotic Truth's channel the other day. Sorry if I missed it.
Well, you know, it's just interesting. Like, it's been such a weird day for me. I don't know why I'm in the middle of all this weirdness. All right. So one, there was a thing that happened on Sharon's. That was weird enough. And then now, John and Izzy had whatever prior disagreement y'all had before. It got dragged over here for whatever reason. And then on top of that, and I'm kind of just for the sequence of how it went down, I have to be honest, like John totally went in on Izzy, just like you went ham on Izzy, started a whole fight that didn't necessarily have to happen. You wanted that fight and went there. And then he started grandstanding and I'm going to put a nigga out and all that. And because he is a landlord and it is Washington, D.C., and he rents to the lowest rung of the fucking market. He probably does have access because, niggas getting out of jail need a place to live too. So he deals with that as a business. And so now he double grandstanding by like, I'm going to do this and that. And somehow it's all my fault. Didn't we start out today by blaming the manosphere?
No, but he put it on me. He didn't put that on you. He put that on me, even though I didn't start it. Even though he started with me, he put that on me. It is what it is.
I don't like. I listened to the whole thing. I was here. I was doing stuff in the background when I wasn't speaking, but it's one of those ones where it was so odd. It was hard, like, to see how we got there.
Because he upset. This is how we got there. Real briefly. Go ahead.
No. I know it's just like, when something, it's like surreal. Like when it happens, I was like, did that really? Is it? Oh, yeah, this is real.
Go ahead, bro. You got it.
No, all I want to do is just make a connection. Like you say, he deals with the lowest rungs of bottom tier people in Washington D.C. Like, can we also make a parallel to like a cop? a white cop and everything. Like imagine John Galt was a white cop making
More
those
more
comments.
humor,
He
dark
he,
humor.
he don't have to be a white cop though. He can be any cop.
Yeah. Yeah, that just feels indignant about whatever he saw, whatever he's experienced. Yeah, that's a fact. But it's crazy. Like it's really much to do about nothing. But I don't understand how if you tell a person you're not really well versed in the subject, you've heard rumors, how that could be a lie or how that could be construed as whatever. I don't know. And this is something that happened 15 years ago. Trayvon Martin was 15 years ago, y'all. Like
Damn,
who's bringing
15
up?
years ago.
Yeah, it's been that long, bro.
That is a man. I didn't realize it was that long ago.
Yeah,
but
man.
but is one of the things that like I kind of get accused of sometimes when I pop up here, and just like certain things I don't want to speak to certain specifics because I know how it actually goes, like legally, and then like to actually give the nuanced opinion to some people seems like, oh, you're wishy-washy.
I think what it is that this is his one and only gotcha in his mind that he got of you in a 15-year span, and so it's his 3 touchdowns in a single game moment. This is his Al Bundy moment against you.
It was 5 touchdowns, sir. 5 touchdowns.
Oh, excuse me. It's been a while since I've seen the show. 5 touchdowns.
My fault. I should have gave it to him. I apologize.
And speaking though about all that, let me ask this question: do black men have civil rights?
What?
The question is do anybody have civil rights? Honestly,
I mean, technically, yeah, but I don't think about it. Where are you going with this, Ray?
Because if it's told to me, okay, we have civil rights and certain shit, just can't be just done to us, then let me ask this: okay, does a black man have civil rights if he was wrongfully arrested, taken from his home for when he was the one that called the police because he was the victim?
Rights don't exist. They're a social construct.
Yeah, you gotta actually fight that out. Like yes, you have civil rights. Yes, the police violated those rights in that moment. Whether or not you get out of jail after that day is a whole other matter. But you can now fight in court to prove that your rights were violated, and now you are owed recompense of some type. Like it's a whole drawn out process. Theoretically, you have rights, but the government can come and shoot you right in your apartment.
Which has actually happened to that one young dude with a female cop was in Dallas. Entered the wrong apartment.
Hey, dude, never forget Daniel Shaver.
Yeah, that was crazy, man. And like that's such a wild incident, man.
Well, Ray, I feel like you were going somewhere with that.
Well, yeah, because that was me, and I asked that because ever since when I was able to search for a lawyer, I get turned down by multitudes of different lawyers because a lot of them are scared of going against the police. But when I have a case and I have evidence, I have 2 to 3 forms of evidence, including that body cam footage. So
Ray, same thing happens in the medical industry too. People like they have the ties that bind or whatever, and they got to work here too. So they're scared of going against either unions or medical systems or whatever. You almost would have to get like an out of town lawyer or out of state lawyer.
Yeah, I tried, but it's just they're talking about money and shit, because I don't have the connections and the money like your Johnny Depp's and them, and the movie stars, then I'm basically hit. So law enforcement can just do whatever the hell, for which that's just going to conjure up a whole sparks of revolution on my end. And
hey, are you still looking for a lawyer right now?
Yes.
Hey, look. Go to Lackluster because they cover this stuff to get some notoriety. Go to the civil rights lawyer who's on YouTube, and then go to the Institute for Justice.
Yeah,
they actually do like pro bono work a lot of times.
The EJOC Equal Justice Center, they do that work too. You know what I'm saying? They probably have some lawyers that will help you.
And dig this, y'all. Dig this. Let me ask this question too on top of it. How serious is AI, or how serious should we take AI at this point, at this level where it's at? Like, should we just Should we
AI.
just basically just count out as like, okay, it's not credible, you know, it's not something that you should follow or whatever? Like, should you just totally like just discontinue AI?
No,
Like,
it's on your
AI's
phone right now. It's
only-
obviously credible.
But in all honesty, AI is only as good as the prompt you put in it.
I think people talked about AI like it was going to totally wipe out markets or workplace industries for people, and I don't think that's quite on the horizon yet. But it is something that is going to be a big problem down the line.
well, I asked that, right?
The big thing
I-
about
I-
AI is context.
Oh, go ahead.
Did you give it the right context? So
Yeah.
did you give it the context of your county, city, state law, and everything, and all the parameters that go
Case
into it?
number, put everything in it. Yeah, perplexity.
I mentioned I had a good convo with ChatGPT, and surprisingly though, there's some people telling me to not, you know, oh, don't consider that, you know, whatever
Perplexity, brother.
ChatGPT said.
Perplexity.
And I'm like, hold
Fam,
on.
I'm trying to tell you the best one to put that stuff in. You're not listening. Perplexity is the better one to put that in.
Perplexity. That's the name of an AI source.
Yes.
Okay.
And after you get it checked by AI, you still should seek a professional.
Yeah, because
Oh,
like, look at AI is certain like the inputs in it. You know, you're only as good as the outputs are only as good as the inputs. So if it doesn't have the information, say if something's not inputted, like certain case laws or certain stuff like that, it's not going to be able to give the reference. So it can be a good starting place. Like asking certain questions would be a good starting place to get you to the next place.
References, even if it's to ask, you put your stuff in, even if they ask who they recommend as a lawyer or attorney that would take your case pro bono or whatever the case may be. So that's good for that as well.
You know, I just realized something, and it's just maybe it does sound crass, but I have to bring it up since we brought up AI. And you know, earlier, Izzy, you were kind of getting on me and John about we go too hard on Black people and all that, but you know, AI has like so many answers to so many questions. Like, why can't Black people just AI their way out of poverty and oppression?
They can though.
So why do we need reparations?
Well, I'm not saying we need reparations. I mean, but the truth is, but see, this is the truth.
You like you be mad at me, but it's like shit's so easy for real.
It
man.
is. It's simple. The answer is simple, bro. It really is. But that's the problem. But the simplest thing is the hardest thing to do, because the truth is you got to change your mindset first, because it don't matter how much money you get if you have a poor mindset. It don't matter, because you're gonna lose it. A fool and his money always soon depart.
And that is why John and I talk so hard about the Black community. And John be going ham. I'm not even in John Lane the way he talk about certain shit. He got his own style and his own lingo he used. But I'm not going to deny that I make a lot of harsh, really deep, penetrating observations about the Black community. I'm not necessarily as profane about it, but I do think there are a lot of critical issues. Like we talked about the whole African time shit, talked about the cargo cult thing. Like there's some deep in the bones set issues with Black folk. And I don't think we really try to address them, because it's a lot more comfortable to pretend that our problems are not ours.
And some people don't want to talk about the bad. You know, like, and look, I understand the whole, like, you know, airing dirty laundry in front of like other people, whatever, the whole polite society thing and being respectable. But some people, man, like they still want to have that, but then they don't have the other parts of the whole respectability thing. So it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. This is the thing, man. I never try to make it seem like we don't have issues. We got a ton of issues, right? At the same time, I think that fixing your issues is more of an individual perspective, because the truth of the matter is a lot of our ideology or philosophy comes from our upbringing. So a lot of us have some not so deep digging to do as far as everything first, right? What did our parents teach us? What did our aunts and uncles and grandparents teach us? What did our schools teach us? Whatever. What do we have to unlearn there and unpack there to get to even the deeper stuff? So It's like it's the mindset. We gotta fix our minds first, and then we could go forward. You know what I'm saying? That's what I believe.
But you know, sometimes is there's some people that they think they're so right that they can't be wrong, right? So whenever you do have a disagreement or whatever, you just turn evil versus anything else, then just be wrong. And I felt like that some of that energy today with Hood, on the other panel or whatever, and sometimes like whenever he goes around, just the way he is, it comes across as that, like from some people's like deal.
You know what's so ironic about what happened earlier, bro? I wasn't even being like extra anything. I was just talking and raising an argument. I wasn't calling women bitches or saying that all women are this or that. I wasn't doing any of that typical over the top manosphere delivery type of thing. I laid out a simple proposition that
you should.
I rarely do that though. That's the thing. When I go on panels, like Izzy, even when I go on your panel, I don't just get up there and pick a fight with whomever. I lay out a disagreement and then it goes left. But I don't just start out by like, you bitches, da 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 da. Like it's rarely like that. And even on the panel, listen, I dare you to pull up the tape, bro. Because you know why I say that confidently? You know why I say that confidently? Because I've been doing this for years, and I realize there's a sort of ebb and flow to conversations and whatever. And I already know that I'm gonna come out and say something that nobody likes anyway. And so one of the things I realize is that, and then plus by now I have a reputation, and I don't have to come out and just jump off the top rope. I can work it in slowly, and I can push the knife in inch by inch. And the thing is, it doesn't matter how slowly I push the knife in. I think people understand that me being there represents some type of threat, and they react to me being there, not to what I'm saying and doing.
I could only speak from my perspective when you come on my show. Most of the time, it's a cool conversation. At the same time, when you try to negate the personal accountability or personal responsibility, whether you be a male or a female, I have a real issue with that, period, no matter who says it, right? I think that because you try to call that romantical, you try to call it fantastical, romantical, whatever the hell you call it.
Fantastical and romantic.
Right, you try to call that to say that a person has self, I'm saying that person is accountable for themselves or responsible for themselves and can fix themselves by fixing their mind. Like, so if you push back off of that, and the way you push back off of that is why you get pushback from me. But other than that, you can say what you want.
Well, yeah, no, and again, I'm not talking about you all the time when I talk about certain things. You're just here right now. We're talking together, but I'm speaking more about what I've observed over the years and a general tone about certain shit. But I heard somebody else trying to chime in. I'm sorry.
Well, I was just saying it takes a certain level of maturity to hear something that's jarring to your beliefs, to what you believe so far, and it had a discipline to sit there and hear it out, to kind of put it to the test, kind of poke at it and prod at it without crashing out, basically. And a lot of people, just the general public, is not trained on that kind of discourse to where we can handle it. We can handle
That's because they are scared of receiving. They are scared of receiving the sword of truth. They are scared of letting that sword of truth pierce their soul so they can be better. They're looking at it as negative and evil, like that you should only direct the sword of truth towards everybody else but them.
I don't think they see it like that, though. I don't think they see it like that, Ray. I think what it is like because they are so asphyxiated in their little spaces or cubbies or silos or echo chambers, if you will. Anything that's like kind of foreign is like, it's treated like a threat, right? And yes, it may pierce their soul, but like it's like, oh, this is a threat because it's anti, what I believe. Instead of like, the whole iron sharpens iron. When what that means in these conversations and talking amongst other people that have different beliefs, you know, and not like us, because we're probably closer to each other than you know, further away. But I'm saying like somebody that you absolutely be diametric opposed to, like almost all their stuff.
Let me ask.
You have to put yourself in that situation, though. Go ahead, Hood.
Let me ask you a question. Is what one thing I think is true, and this is what I want you to tell me if you think I'm wrong or not. One thing I think is a general observation I talk about a lot when I have these conversations on the chitlin circuit, as I call it. A lot of Black folk, we seem to have very deeply, firmly held ideas or beliefs about particular things, this, that, and the third. But then if I were to start to like probe a little bit and ask you why you think this way, what made you think this way, what's the evidence that you build this thinking on, it starts to become a little bit dicey. And it almost gets to the point where like people they even take offense sometimes when you start to ask them to explain why they think certain things. And I think I run into that a lot when I have these conversations. It's like people hold on to ideas that they don't quite necessarily understand the full depth or the implication of.
What you're doing
So
is
what's what?
you're challenging their.
Angry
No,
Snowman.
no, because you're
He said he was
challenging.
I was asking him, Angry Snowman, but please jump in right after this, though. I was asking him directly that question, though.
Okay, so give me one moment if you don't mind. So basically, what happens is this, and it we have to be honest. It does come from being raised a lot of times by single mothers. We have to understand that children don't do what their parents say. Children do what their parents do. And most of the time, the response that a woman is going to give when she's in a confrontational situation is going to be an emotional response. So we adapt and adopt to what we've seen growing up. And so at the end of the day, we know that a lot of times, and of course, there's some exceptions to the rule, when you ask a woman why she feels the way she feels, her answer is going to only be 1 or 2 layers deep. She's not going to be able to have more logic behind that. And so therefore the children, whether they be male children or whether they be women children, female children, whatever the case may be, they don't have any rhyme or reason. There really isn't. Most people just do what they've do because that's always what they've done. And then they get confirmation bias and attribution bias based on what they've been around. And there is no other possibility or any other options out there.
I agree
Snowman.
because a lot of
Snowman, hold on. Snowman
Oh,
was
go
about
ahead.
to jump in. I cut him off. Please get
It's,
back on
re-
that, Snowman.
it's just really a whole lot simpler than that. All it is it's an identity crisis. You're challenging someone's identity, and most people don't like it when you challenge their identity. They're going to fight back almost every single time. That's all it is. All this shit's wrapped up in personal identity.
But it's not. But what I said was a little step further than that, because your identity is based in who you've been around, what you've seen, and your environment growing up. And so for us, it's a little deeper seated issues because
No,
again,
it's really not, Izzy, because what you're hold on, because what you're saying is
talking, and you're trying to talk over me. But how can you tell us? See, and this is part of the problem. I'm not gonna lie to you.
the same way you tell
If
us
you're
all the
not-
time
I
how
don't
we
never
do shit.
tell
That's
you
how.
nothing. That's a lie. I never go to your channel. I never go to a white person's
It's
channel.
not
and
about
tell them
going to a
anything.
person's
So
channel.
then what do
Izzy,
you,
you
I
know
never
better than
even
that. Stop being
address white
obtuse.
people as I never address white people at all. What are you talking about? So at
Snowman,
the end of the
Snowman,
day,
are you and
I-
Izzy fighting now? Is there
No,
a
I'm not
pre-existing
fighting with
condition?
I just wanna-
I'm asking Snowman. I'm not even putting it on you, Izzy. I'm asking
I just wanna
Snowman
finish my
because I
point.
want Izzy to
There's
finish his
not, but
thought.
I'm not. No,
I just
there's
wanna
not
finish
no
my point.
animosity. It's just a lot of this discussion is just ridiculous. If a kid is
Wait,
told all
so
the
I can't finish my point, so he gets to go and just
Yeah. Let Izzy
over my
finish his
point.
thought because you're kind of fighting Izzy, and I'm wondering why. But I want him to finish his thought, and then Snowman, please respond, take it where you want to go with it. But please let him get his whole thought out.
Yeah, I just, but this is the thing, man, and this is what I personally have an issue with. When it's like me trying to tell a woman what it's like to be pregnant, I don't know, and I would have to be honest to say, yo, I don't know what it feels like for a woman to be pregnant. I have no clue, no idea. I could say what I've seen, I could say what I think, but I don't know because I ain't never gonna be pregnant. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, it's like, yo, we have to identify, like you said earlier, conservative, that we do have a lot of issues and we have some unique issues that no one wants us to be able to address. And the crazy thing is, when you try to unpack it and when you try to address it, there's always someone there to tell you, no, that's not right. That's not what it is. It's simple. It's more simple than that. It's more this. It's more that. That's not the case.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm with you
like
on-
regardless if this is the case or not, though, it's like, you know, outside observation or what, and it doesn't even have to be a black thing. It could be like the wokeness thing. You know what I'm saying? You know, the whole like maybe they're not as around all these different type of people is. Maybe that's a problem.
Hey, Snowman, do you want to jump in there real quick before we throw the mic around too much?
All I was saying was, you know, a lot of a person's beliefs, their structure, what they grew up around, that all creates their identity. And when people go out and they leave from their comfort zone, what they've been around their whole life, and then they go out into the world and they have their identity challenged, a lot of people tend to fight back against that and have an issue with that. Because then now all of a sudden, everything they've been taught and everything they've known their whole life is being challenged by the real world. And they're finding out that the reality that they thought existed doesn't really exist. And now we have these problems with people not being able to deal with reality because their identity is wrapped up in that reality that they believe.
You know, I want to throw something out there because we've been at this for a while. We're gonna wrap this up in a minute, but I want to just say these words because Izzy, I think you came up trying to you made some accusations about me and like, I don't know, whiteness or whatever. Like I'm on the wrong side of the fence to some degree or whatever. And I don't run from that. I'll own that. Whatever I'm paraphrasing badly, Izzy. Whatever it is you were kind of charging me with earlier. Like I said, I'm not fighting it, right? I think I want to explain my position a little bit. When it comes to America and black people and white people in this country, I think like what Snowman was just talking about with identity and these little crises that are happening. Black folk in America, white folk in America are going through a lot of parallel issues, similar issues, not the same issues, but parallel, similar type of problems. Like we're all struggling through modernity right now. And part of the reason why I am a lot more charitable toward white people to a degree that makes black people unhappy is because I think we do have a lot more in common than we do uncommon. And I think when it comes to like America, this little cute country that we have together, in terms of America versus everybody else, like literally, who else do we have more in common with, right? And so a lot of what I have to talk about comes from that mode where it's not that we should be mortal enemies or that we have some type of like genetic predestined beef that we should always be problematic toward one another with, but it seems like you have to be locked in that in order to be like on the right side of blackness. And I just don't want to do that shit.
Yeah, but I don't want you to do that, nor do I agree with doing that either. Again, that's not my perspective. I don't think that white is inherently wrong and black is inherently right, or vice versa. And that's what I have a problem with. I think that we should look at people, judge people according to their works and according to their deeds rather than their skin color, point blank, period. So that's why I'm saying when I'm getting charged up about all these falsehoods, I don't put these generalizations on people. I allow myself to get to know that person and see even how they treat me versus anybody else. You know what I'm saying? And then make my decision from there. So I'm not charging you up in that regard.
No, that's cool. That's fair. And I always enjoy the conversations we have for the most part. Anybody else want to get in here? Mr. O, you've been quiet as hell. Did you take a nap or something while we was up here? But anybody else want to get in here before I shut this down? Because it's getting late. I go to work.
Hey, I just wanted to say real quick, it was nothing personal towards this, man.
Speaking of that, thanks for having me on, Hood. Appreciate you, bro.
No doubt, no doubt. Just about everybody's welcome up here, man. Even Jeff. I don't know why Jeff got all pissed off at me, but you know, whatever. Life goes on. Stay lovely.
Because Jeff's one of them divine nine motherfuckers you talk about that like to sell oppression to people.
Don't do my homie like that. I don't think
that's exactly what he does. Let's keep it real.
Let's don't do that.
Jeff says wild shit. He's
I don't even know if Jeff does that exactly either. So
Yeah,
like, it was
dude, I've watched this dude sit up in his fucking his Hollywood Hills mansion while sitting there talking about how black people, all black people got it bad, down bad or whatever the fuck it is he wants to call it. That is fucking crazy to me. Acting like he's oppressed and this, that, and the other, and he's sitting in fucking Hollywood. I'm sorry. No, they don't work like that.
I did just speak against that literal thing, so I can't.
Well, he's not at Hollywood, but the fact is he doesn't live in Hollywood. He's pretty much on the outside of Hollywood, even though he does have a lot of Hollywood credits and knows a lot of people. He has a lot of success, but he's on the outside. He's not really on the inside of Hollywood. So there's that. But it's
my whole point is just
my point still stands. My point still fucking stands. And it's a valid point.
And he's a comedian. On top
he's
of
a
that,
comedian, right? So it's a lot of sarcasm, a lot of, you know what I mean? It's just how he operates. Shout out to him.
But listen, we're gonna wrap this one up over here. So in case you haven't heard, I looks like I'm gonna be on a 7-day strike. So if I do go live at all, it's totally gonna be for the love, and I'm totally gonna be doing it on this channel. And I've been keeping this channel in the tuck for a while, trying to keep it clean because I might get it remonetized one day. Who knows? If I'm a good enough boy, they might let me make money over here again. And so we'll see how that works. Maybe we get this channel live and popping again. Who knows? But for the time being, I'm over here, y'all.
Hey, shout out to Sharon for being a bitch today, too, by the way.
Hey, man, bitches do make the world go around. What would life be without bitches? It'd be boring. So,
Hoes mad.
See, you know what? You're going to make me drop it now on the way out.
He just can't shut the fuck up, Hood. He just can't shut the fuck up.
Hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad, hoes mad.
This is about targeting women of color in the United States of America. Don't tell me because I didn't get a single apology.
Time has expired.
My life was threatened. Thank you.
But does anyone see that? No. Does anyone care about that? No. All they see is an aggressive black girl talking. And I can't shut up. I wish I could. I really wish I could shut the fuck up. But I can't.
All right, we gotta get out of here, y'all. Shout out to Izzy, man. I appreciate you pulling up, bro. That was cool of you. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Uncle Jeff also, by the way. I did invite you to come up on the panel personally. This shit went left. I really didn't get to talk to you, but oh well, fuck it. And appreciate to everybody else on the panel. Shout out to the gang, man. Thank y'all so much. It's good to have a nice, loyal fan base. So I know me getting struck for 7 days don't mean shit. We're gonna be back like it never happened. Appreciate you guys, man. I will catch y'all later. Peace. Hit that like button on your way out, y'all.
Aspiring to be patriarchs like what white men have, that isn't freedom. That isn't going to help anybody. It's certainly not going to help black people.
It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done. It's done.